Thank you. Okay, first item on the agenda is oral communication. The public may speak on any item not on the agenda, be a 2-minute maximum today. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I have nothing else to do.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning. I'm gonna go fast because the 2-minute maximum. Laura Krieg, District Attorney. I wanted to introduce the board to our newest addition to the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office. That is our 2-year-old golden retriever named Stuart.
Whoa.
And I want to tell you about Stuart. Stuart was raised by inmates at Mule Creek State Prison as part of a rehabilitation program and through the Tender Loving Canines. And he was trained by the inmates to be a court support dog to provide comfort to all victims of crime. He was funded by a grant from the state for child advocacy. And more importantly, I would like to bring up the Twain-Hart Seroptimus President Stephanie McCaffrey, incoming President Christine Ravely, Gloria Wenton, Marjorie Margolis, Sally Dios, and Gail Witzelsteiner, because these wonderful ladies funded Stuart's Welcome Home package and all of his supplies for the year. And they funded the entire amount, which was almost $3,000. And we could not have brought Stuart to the county and to our victims to enjoy without their help and support. I also want to quickly say that Stuart's handler is one of our star deputy district attorneys, Cassandra Janicki, who went through a very intense training program. She is still working with Stuart. We are so grateful to her for taking this on. I told her it's like having a child. In a year, you will believe it's a great idea. Just give it some time. It's very disruptive at first, but give it some time. So we would like the Twain-Hart Seroptimus is presenting the check today for $2,670.27. And Stuart's going to now do a trick, I think, for us. Okay, pretty. Thank you.
Putting on the dog, very good.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I know, kids and dogs, you know. Except this is very important. Hi, my name is Debbie Batista. I'm the County Register of Voters, and I just wanted to remind everybody who has been asleep for the last couple months that today is Election Day, and please get out and vote. If you have your absentee ballot, you can mail it as long as it is postmarked today and we receive it by Friday. You can come drop it off at any of the 27 polling places we have. You can come down to my office, 2 South Green Street, 2 floors below this, and vote. Thank you, Supervisor Royce. He just voted. If you are new to Tuolumne County and you haven't registered to vote, believe it or not, you can still register to vote today at 2 South Green Street and actually vote. But you can only do that at 2 South Green Street. This is brand new to elections, so if you just forgot, you moved into the community, you've moved around the community, and you want to get the ballot in the district that you are because you have one of the 2 supervisors races running, or you are up in Groveland and you want to vote for the ambulance tax, then you will need to come to 2 South Green Street and get a ballot that actually will be your real ballot. So everybody get out and vote. I gave you guys all your pins so that you guys are election workers kind of. So please get out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I brought some copies of the resource directory and some more information on recycling and about pedestrian safety, which I put back on the back tables. And out at Waste Management, they have now hired someone from the Greater Valley Conservation Corps. So she is out there on Fridays and Saturdays to help people with what can and cannot go in the mixed recycling bin out there. And a lot of people are leaving with as much as they brought as opposed to what they actually put in the bin. So they're really restricting what can go in out there. So I certainly hope we're going to have a solid waste committee meeting sometime soon, because we really need to clarify what we are going to recycle and not recycle in this community. And I'm not very happy with Waste Management at this point, and I'll probably get up at some point and say they should be fired and we should find a new waste management company. So if anyone has issues with recycling, I suggest you call Waste Management. The transfer station and Calciar transfer manager is Abel Guzman, and his number is 209-536-1691. And at the city council meeting last night, there was some talk about the fairgrounds and the police department and the explorers. And I'm concerned about the safety on Stockton Road because we've had 2 fatalities. So when we invite hundreds or thousands of people to come and visit our community, I think we should make sure that they're safe. And so the city administrator spoke up and said that the city is not obligated to provide any kind of public or pedestrian safety on Stockton Road for the fair. If they do it, it's because they're doing it out of a sense of being nice. So I strongly object to that, and I think we do owe our citizens public safety when they come to visit us. So if you would like to call the city of Sonora and talk about pedestrian safety, their number is 209-532-4541. And I hope people will speak up. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good morning. I'll be very brief. My name is Kent Larson, and I'm here involving a previously withdrawn use permit number 12007. And it's involving a shooting range operated by Weapons Training School on the Diestel property. I've been in this community, and a part of my ranching and family has been involved in ranching for over 50 years in this county. I'm here to alert the board of an ongoing problem concerning the unpermitted operation of Weapons Training School on the Diestel property. This commercial firearm training operation in a placid agricultural setting has caused substantial disruption, annoyance, and aggravation to me, my family, guests, agricultural workers, and to other neighboring residents for more than 7 years. Weapons Training School has also posed a substantial safety risk to people living downrange. After the county received complaints about Weapons Training School in 2012, it began processing a retroactive conditional use permit for the operation. In December of 2014, the owners of Weapons Training School abandoned their application for the conditional use permit. In January of 2015, county staff informed me and my attorney that Weapons Training School would be shut down. In February 2015, we submitted a letter informing the county that Weapons Training School continued to operate despite not having the required permits. Since that time, my neighbors and I have observed and documented with photographs and video recordings routine, continued operation of Weapons Training School. Last month, we submitted this evidence to the county staff together with an explanatory letter and requested that staff investigate the activities and enforce code provisions that preclude this type of activity on land zoned as exclusive agriculture. I have brought copies of that letter if you want for your information. We respectfully request that the board monitor this situation and that it ensures that county staff expeditiously investigates the ongoing Weapons Training School operation and that it follow county ordinances and requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the board to add a non-agenda item to today's agenda. This came up subsequent to the posting of the agenda, and action is required in order to keep work going on at the new jail site. The item reads as follows: consideration of authorizing the use of up to $100,000 in construction allowance funds for the additional scope of work related to earthwork at the new jail project site. And just talking to a few folks, requesting this be put on as the first 1:30 item.
It's okay with the board? All right, it'll be, clerk will put it on at the first 1:30 item. Anyone else? A motion?
I move. Second.
Motion by Supervisor Rutherford, second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Any public comment? Seeing none. All right, will the clerk please read the consent calendar?
This is minutes of the meetings of May 15th and May 29th, 2018. Accepting the California Office of Emergency Services Child Advocacy Center Program grant. Consideration of authorizing the Tuolumne County Fire Department to apply for a California Foundation Fire Prevention Grant for 2 fire inspectors relief positions. Approving a notice of completion for the retrofit regulatory and warning signs. Adopting a resolution continuing local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 148630C, due to severe weather and flooding, and also due to tree mortality. Approving the award of the following contracts to perform the work in accordance with the invitation of bid for contract 1690, Special Districts on-call maintenance, and the contracts are Dirt Dynasty for concrete, KW Emerson for asphalt pavement maintenance and repair, concrete grading, earthwork, culvert pipe maintenance, tree, landscaping, and vegetation work. Nurjik and Son for the asphalt pavement maintenance and repair, concrete grading, earthwork, culvert pipe maintenance. Sierra Mountain Construction for asphalt pavement maintenance and repair, grading, earthwork, tree landscaping and maintenance, tree landscaping and vegetation work. Approving a contract amendment between the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and the Kingsview Behavioral Health Systems for telepsychiatry. Approving an agreement with Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commissions to expand behavioral health crisis services. Approving the reappointment of Dorothy Wayno and the appointment of Nicole Guzman to the Carter Cemetery District. Approving a certificate of recognition honoring Mabel Howell for her 100th year and birthday, and as the Air Pollution Control District. Approving the Wood Smoke Reduction Pilot Program Memorandum of Understanding between the California Air Pollution Control Officers Association and Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District, and also as the Air Pollution Control District. Approving the Community Air Protection Program grant between California Air Resources Board and Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District.
Board wish to?
Yeah, item 11.
Item 11.
Item 5 and 6.
Okay, 5 and 6. Any public comment on the consent calendar?
I see 3 grants on here, and I would like to know which ones have a match, how much it is, and where that money's coming from.
All right, Mr. Peter, who do you think would want to?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and read those items. Are you talking about the grants?
Okay, but we
was
have
item-
number 3, the fire prevention grant.
Was item 3?
There's no match, I believe, to that.
Good morning. Ginger Martin, Tuolumne County District Attorney Victim Witness, and I can speak on the Child Advocacy Center grant that the District Attorney's Office just accepted. There is a match, but it will all be in kind, so there will be no cost to the general fund.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Good morning, Maureen Frank. In regards to the County Fire Department grant with CAL FIRE Foundation and PG&E, there is no match.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Ethan Billigmeyer, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services. Mr. Rotifer had wanted to pull item for tree mortality. Was there anything specific that you wanted?
We'll get to it.
Okay. Do you want me to step down or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. Items 12 and 13 are air pollution control district items. Neither item requires a match.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Steve Boyack, Human Services Agency, concerning item number 9, the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission grant of $653,701 has no match. It is essentially SB 82 funding associated with Prop 63 MHSA.
Thank you. All right, would the clerk please read item number 5 again?
Now what? We need to vote. I move on the consent agenda minus 5, 6, and 11.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Now we'll go to 5, 6, and 11.
Okay, number 5. Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, 8630C, due to severe weather and flooding.
Mr. Chairman, on item 5 and 6, the only reason I pulled these, we don't need any staff report, but I think it's very important that we remind our public that we are still in 2 states of emergency. These are extraordinary actions that our staff has to undertake, and it also involves some matching funds from our general fund and has impacts on the budget that we'll be talking about later. So I just wanted to remind the public of that, and with that reminder, I'll move on item 5.
Second.
Public comment? We have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor, aye.
Aye. Aye.
Would clerk please item 11? Excuse me.
This is consideration of adopting a resolution continuing local state of emergency due to pervasive tree mortality.
Same comments. I move on item 6.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Hanvelt. Any more public comment? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Now we can do item 11.
This is approving a certificate of recognition honoring Mabel Howell on her 100th year and birthday.
Mr. Chairman, I just thought it inappropriate that we leave on a consent calendar where it's kind of hidden. I don't know how many 100-year-olds, but I've known a few, and I don't know how many are in this room, but I suspect there's not any. And I don't know how many people have members of their family who reach 100 years, but the century mark is a pretty remarkable achievement in life, and I just want to recognize and congratulate Mabel on 100 years and say happy birthday. I think it's appropriate. So I'd like to move in favor of that.
And I will be seconding this motion. I asked for the item to be placed on the consent calendar so that we could honor Mabel. Mabel did attend the centenarian luncheon last year as a senior class member at 99, and I will be visiting with her on her birthday. So I would appreciate the board supporting this so we can recognize her. So, second the motion.
All right, any public comment? Seeing none, we have a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, a second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. How about 14?
This is consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming June 15th, 2018 as Tuolumne County Elder Abuse Awareness Day.
Good morning. Tuolumne County District Attorney Laura Krieg, and we are asking the board to proclaim June 15th, 2018 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Our collective hope is that increased awareness will result in increased reporting of suspected abuse, not only in the month of June, but for years to come. In 2017, we had 144 victims of elder abuse in Tuolumne County that were reported. And so members of the Elder Abuse Task Force will be placing 144 flags in front of Adventist Health today to recognize each of those victims. With elder abuse, we in the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office collaborated and restarted our Elder Abuse Task Force. That task force is made up of the District Attorney's Office, Victim Witness, Law Enforcement, Motherlode Office of Catholic Charities, Adventist Health, the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, Area 12 Agency on Aging, Adult Protective Services and Behavioral Health, and ACCA. And we again, and I've said this in years before, our main mission is to increase reporting and increase our community outreach efforts, which I think we have certainly committed to doing, because we do know that the majority of elder abuse goes unreported. In abuse, physical abuse, and mental abuse cases, only 1 in 24 will report, and the statistics are worse for financial abuse. That's 1 in 44 cases. So it's our mission, again, to get out, to encourage reporting. A lot of our elderly community is isolated. A lot of times family checks in around the holidays, and we see an increase in reporting around those times. But certainly sometimes at that point, it's too late. Sometimes the abuse is discovered after the elder person passes. So again, it's a crime we are very passionate about preventing, and we want to make sure that our elders live very comfortably as they should in their retirement years. I want to turn it over to Catherine Driver from Motherlode Office of Catholic Charities, because she's going to tell you about our Elder Empowerment Conference that's happening. That's a free event which you are all invited to.
Thank you, Laura. Good morning. Our Elder Empowerment Conference is scheduled for Wednesday, June 13th, which is next Wednesday, right around the corner. It will be held at Black Oak Casino Resort and Hotel at the Conference Center. This year's speakers include Christina Snyder, Executive Secretary of the Native American Heritage Commission and Tribal Advisor to Governor Brown, Patrick Arbor, Director for the Center for Elderly Suicide Prevention and Grief-Related Services, Zandra and Dory Beats, tribal members from the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, Ginger Martin from the Tuolumne County Victim Witness Office and District Attorney's Office, and Bob White, Prevention Programs Yes Partnership Director from ADCA. This day-long event is free. There is food as well. We like to bribe you to come with food, as well as the great information that we will be providing. I do have flyers here. I did email flyers out to the board. Not sure that you got them. I will leave the flyers in the back for anyone who is interested. And we do please call to make reservations as seating is limited. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? All right, we're going to bring it back for a motion. Public comment?
Go
ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution proclaiming June 15th as Tuolumne County Elder Abuse Awareness Day. And I also want to thank you for all of your efforts in your department in trying to be proactive about this issue, because it is something we need to respect our elders and we need to protect them. And in Tuolumne County, we are blessed with the demographics of lots and lots of retirees. And so once again, I just want to thank you for everything you're doing to take care of this.
Thank you.
I want to second that and also really emphasize that our success is really built on the partnership that has been created. and all of the partners that make it successful. And so I also want to extend my really sincere appreciation for all those efforts on behalf of the elders.
Supervisor Hanveld.
Yeah, I'd like to add my thanks to Laura and her team for doing this. The statistics on underreporting are appalling. So you're putting 144 flags, and you should have 20 sometimes that many flags. This is a really serious problem, and it shouldn't be a day. It should be more than that. We need to remind ourselves the value of our elder statesmen in our community. Our elderly population contributes a lot, and they got us where we are. So thank you very much for doing this.
Thank you.
All right. Back to the board. Do we have a motion? And a second by Sherry. And so all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Passes 5-0. 15.
This is a presentation of the County Service Award for Sandra Perkins at the Public Health Department.
Good morning, Chairman Gray, members of the board. Ann Connolly, Human Services Agency Director, and it is my distinct pleasure to be here today to honor Sandy Perkins for her 25 years with public health, and she is the second longest tenured employee in that department. Sandy began her career in 1993 as an office assistant 2 and then an office technician, and she was promoted to her current position as an administrative technician. She is so knowledgeable. We all have those individuals in our department where we don't know what we do without them there every day. And with Sandy, I think one of the notable things about her is that when she's on vacation, and believe me, she rarely is. Look at her leave balances. People are anxiously pacing, waiting for Sandy to return because they need a question answered. They need something, obscure piece of information that only Sandy would remember from 24 years, 6 months ago. And they want to make sure that they're doing something correctly and their timelines are being met. And she is that type of individual. She is so organized and efficient. Hence, of course, we asked her to work the health fair because any of you who've been to the health fair, it looks like it's organized chaos, but it comes off without a hitch because of the work done by people behind the scenes like Sandy Perkins. She has been instrumental in helping to onboard our new health officer. There's a lot of paperwork that has to be done, and she was able to do most of that prior to his arrival so that we didn't miss a beat. Again, her work in the department and with the health fair, everything from our clinical billing to communicable disease to, as I said, being the go-to person for IT and facilities. I just can't thank her enough and tell her how much she is appreciated. So I would ask that the board join me and all of the coworkers in the audience in thanking Sandy for 25 years of excellence, and I wish she could be here 25 more. Thank you.
Okay, clerk, please read item 16.
This is consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Brody Phelps for his dedication to the Tuolumne County Library.
Good morning, I'm Deborah Sampson. I'm the director of the Tuolumne County Public Library. I know the board is familiar with Brody's accomplishments, but I just want to go over them for the people in the room. Brody Alexakis Phelps, who, and I quote, really loves libraries, participated in the Friends of the Library's Million Penny Challenge in February of 2017 and earned nearly $100 for the Friends to support the library. He also spoke passionately before the board in July last year regarding the importance of the library to his community. When an opportunity for a community impact project presented itself at his school, Foothill Leadership Academy, he remembered the library and couldn't wait to help us out again. Brody used his personal network wisely and partnered with his grandma at the Sonora Area Foundation. He originally set a goal of raising $100 for the Friends, but was encouraged by his mom to reach higher. He wound up raising over $1,000 by collecting change, posting a video to Facebook, and asking everyone he met to help out. Brody's contribution will pay for 50 books for our collection, and we are proud of his efforts and grateful for his accomplishment. It is recommended that your board approve the certificate of recognition for Brody Phelps.
Okay, bring it back to the board for a motion to approve.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be pleased to make the motion to approve, but I want to thank him. Brody, great job. You're a good citizen, and how old are you?
10.
10 years old. There's your example, folks. There's your example. Be an overachiever like Brody. Thanks so much, Brody. You are a star.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I'd happily second that, and everything Randy said is right on. Good job.
Okay, any public comment?
Brody, on behalf of the Friends, I want to thank you for supporting library programs and services in such an outstanding way. The successful completion of your school project and attainment of your goal demonstrate your drive and commitment once you have set your mind to doing something. Your school project will have a lasting impact on young readers in our county, and I want to wish you a fun-filled summer full of great books.
All right, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Those are the fun things. Okay, will the clerk please read item 17?
Consideration of approving a contract amendment with the California Forensic Medical Group for medical services for inmates at Tuolumne County Jail and youth detained at the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility.
Good morning, Chairman Gray, members of the board, Melissa Parrish, Director of Public Health Nursing. As you are aware, Title 15 of the California Code of Regulations requires that all local detention facilities provide emergency and basic medical services to all incarcerated individuals, youths, and adults. The Public Health Department is designated by the county as responsible for administrating these services, which are provided through a contract with California Forensic Medical Group, or CFMG. The current agreement with CFMG began July 1st, 2015, and includes a flat base rate that pays for healthcare services including basic medical care, pharmaceutical management, inpatient, hospitalization, dental, mental health screening provided to an average daily population, or ADP, of 145 combined adult inmates at the Tuolumne County Jail and youth detained at Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility. The cost for any additional individuals beyond 145 are reimbursed to CFMG at a per diem rate. The table in your packet shows the past per diem rates and the proposed rate based on the negotiated fiscal year 2011-12 rates that are adjusted annually based on the Consumer Price Index, or CPI. The proposed contract amendment would exercise the third and final one-year extension through fiscal year 2018-19, with cost adjusted according to the annual percentage change of the CPI, which is 3.01%. A request for proposals will be required for the next contract cycle, which will begin this next year. Financial, there is no county general fund cost associated with this contract amendment. It has been built into the Public Health's proposed fiscal year 2018-19 budget that is paid through public health realignment funds. It is respectfully recommended that your board approve the amendment to the contract between the County of Tuolumne and California Forensic Medical Group for medical services for the inmates of Tuolumne County Jail and the detained youth of Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility at a base cost of $1,153,884.92 from July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2019, and authorize the chair to sign.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I'm not sure who got the second.
Carl.
Carl. Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read item 18.
Consideration of awarding the contracts to Sierra Mountain Construction Inc. to perform work as shown on the plans of books bid book. The signalization of the Fifth Avenue and SR 10849 and increasing appropriations in the Public Works Project Fund signalization of Fifth Avenue SR 10849 line item by $268,475 and increase revenues in Public Works Project Fund in the same amount.
Throw you off track. How many years is this in the planning?
A good 6. And bear with me, I have a cold, so I sound funny. Yes, this has been in the works for 6 years. So Tanya Allen with Community Resources Agency. I'm the supervising engineer. And this project initiated based on a 2012 traffic study that was done on the Rawhide Bridge project, which warranted the signal at Fifth Avenue. We hired Quincy Engineering to prepare the plans and specifications. And on February 20th, 2018, we received 2 bids. One being Sierra Mountain Construction from Sonora in $2.3 million, and George Reed from Modesto for about $2.5 million. Engineering feels that these are competitive bids. They're within 10% of each other, and County Council has reviewed both bids and the bid submitted by Sierra Mountain Construction and has determined that it is in compliance with our solicitation. And I'm going to pass something down the dais. Okay. As you recall, when you adopted this project and approved the project, we had some mitigation due to our initial study. Staff hired JG Designs to prepare a concept design of the train motif. We are still moving forward with awarding the construction project in order to install the signal, and this train motif will come as a separate solicitation in order to reach out to our local metal artists. So today, it is recommended that your board award the contract in the amount of $2,346,614 to Sierra Mountain Construction and increase the appropriations to the Public Works Fund and the revenues by the same amount.
Okay, any questions?
Can you go over, since you passed it out, can you go over again what the train motif is going to entail? I tripped on that one when you were talking about it.
That's okay. When it was presented to your board in approving the project and approving the CEQA document, we kind of had a generic little train motif on the retaining wall that sits right there by Sierra Motors. This is a more developed
Okay, I got it.
artwork.
Thank you.
As you're seeing it.
And that's separate.
That's separate.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? I just want to make note on page 20 of the bid documents, the John Gray Assistant Secretary that on the power attorney is not me.
On the bid documents? Okay.
Yeah, so just to make sure that we don't confuse things.
All right.
I am so serious, sorry.
So you don't have to recuse yourself, right?
No, it's not me. All right, any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
So, Mr. Chairman, since this is in my district, and I personally have been waiting for a long time, I move in favor of staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Rutherford, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
19.
Consideration of approving a contract with Tuolumne River Trust for project management for the Master Stewardship Agreement.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Liz Peterson, County Administrator's Office. Let's get this just right here. Okay, I am pleased to be here today with an agreement for your board's consideration and approval with the Tuolumne River Trust for project management and program administration for the Master Stewardship Agreement. The Master Stewardship Agreement was signed by your board in December, and the understanding has always been that it was the county's intent to subcontract with Tuolumne River Trust for project management of that agreement. The Tuolumne River Trust is a member of YSS, Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions, and will coordinate with YSS on project development per the letter of understanding that your board signed with YSS. TRT, or Tuolumne River Trust, has extensive experience with respect to grant funding and will apply for grants on the county's behalf for additional MSA projects. Furthermore, TRT is experienced in planning and carrying out forest restoration projects in the Stanislaus National Forest and will work with the county subcontractors to complete projects through the MSA. County staff will still issue the RFPs and will write the contracts for the projects. Due to their unique expertise, membership in YSS, and nonprofit status, the county will be contracting with TRT through a sole source contract per previous approval from the county administrator. Tuolumne River Trust will be paid through supplemental project agreement funding, which at this point means funding from the Forest Service. In the future, it could also be grants from that the county receives. At this point, there is no county funding that will go, county general funds that will go to pay for Tuolumne River Trust's assistance with this work. Patrick Copel, the executive director, was going to be here. I got my timing just off slightly, so I'm sure he'll be here in a bit. But
this morning.
Huh?
I saw him this morning.
Yeah, I'm sure he's around, but nevertheless. No. I mean, not. I just looked at the rest of the agenda. That's all. Yeah. So we've been in great communication, and he has been fantastic to work with. He will hear more about the work that he has been doing on the county's behalf in just a bit here, but he has been fantastic, and so it's going to be him and a few of his other staff here in the local office, as well as someone else that they plan to hire who will carry this out. So. That's it. I'm here for your, and there we are. Yeah, so that's Patrick and Seth from the Tuolumne River Trust, if you have any questions for them, but I'm asking your board approve the agreement with them.
Okay, any questions from the board?
Comment. First of all, I want to thank Tuolumne River Trust for stepping up. They've helped us put this together, and in fact, they're ahead of the game because they put together the original proposal, which we'll talk about on item 21. And this is the next step in making this master stewardship agreement work. And I might add one of the things that we will want to do, because the omnibus bill in Congress, when it passed, allowed us to go to a 20-year MSA, master stewardship agreement, which allows us to encourage private investment because they'll get a chance to get a return on this. So this is a step forward and then a logical step, and I fully support it. I'll make the motion when you're ready, sir.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, I echo those comments, and like we've already discussed this morning, so much of the success of the projects that we get done in Tuolumne County are because of the partnerships that are formed. And this is going to be an example of a tremendous partnership that's going to pay huge dividends for this county, both in safety, forest health, and economic development, and I will gladly second this at the appropriate time.
Any other board comment? Supervisor
Yeah.
Rutherford.
I also want to express gratitude to Tuolumne River Trust for the effort and the work that they've done. I want to echo Supervisor Brennan's comments about partnerships and how important they are. I also want to thank two of my colleagues, Supervisor Hanvelt and Supervisor Brennan, for working very, very hard to reach out on part of the county, not just for the congressional language, but also to help form these partnerships as well. And I also want to thank the staff and the work that you've done as well. So I'm going to be supporting this.
Okay. Any other board comment? Any public comment? All right. We have a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, a second by Supervisor Brennan. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you for all the hard work.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Will the clerk please read the next item?
Number 20 is consideration of approving the Forest and Watershed Resilient Supplemental Project Agreement with the Stanislaus National Forest for the Master Stewardship Agreement.
Okay, so moving right along here. As Supervisor Hanvelt mentioned, the Master Stewardship Agreement that your board signed is a 10-year agreement. In that agreement, the projects are laid out and completed through supplemental project agreements, or SPAs, as they're called. And those SPAs describe the specific location, the treatments, the cost of the various projects that take place over the next 10, potentially 20 years. Just as a reminder, it is the partnership of Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions and the Stanislaus National Forest, and all of the folks who make up the YSS group, some of which are here today at my begging, because they have been instrumental in this. So it is with the enthusiasm and the dedication of all of those folks, including Supervisor Kuiken from the Stanislaus National Forest, that I am here today with my team here, requesting your board approve the first supplemental project agreement, or the first project for the Master Stewardship Agreement. This SPA is called the Forest and Watershed Resilience SPA. It is initially comprised of preparation activities for a commercial timber sale. As additional funding becomes available, the Forest and Watershed Resilience SPA will be amended to include other projects that align with the purpose of the SPA. The purpose is restoring the Stanislaus National Forest and the Tuolumne and Stanislaus River watersheds within Tuolumne County to a fire-resilient, age-diverse, species-diverse, and healthy forest. Along with the economic and ecological benefits of a timber sale, the profit from the sale will go back into the SPA or back into the MSA to fund future projects. So it is a logical first step. There are, as I mentioned, kind of phases here. Let's see. So your board today is approving phase 1 of the timber sale, which includes unit layout, boundary designation, timber cruising, and some road design work. This is about 1,000 acres in, it's the Looney timber sale. It's in the 2 Mile area. So yeah, we're talking about 1,000 acres of a timber harvest area. NEPA has already been completed and approved, but this project will require some wildlife, vegetation, and cultural resource surveys. Sierra Pacific Industries, as a member of YSS, will be donating their biologists to conduct the necessary wildlife and vegetation surveys. Again, an example of the amazing partnerships. The second phase of the project is the timber sale component. The Looney timber sale contains 5 million board feet of commercial timber and will remove approximately 49,000 tons of biomass from the area. The county will issue the sale under the guidance of the forest's timber management officer, including assessing the value for the product. For your board's information, the Forest Service is required to reassess the value of the unsold product in the event of damage or natural disaster. Okay, so because of the like I mentioned, enthusiasm and dedication of the Forest Service in seeing this master stewardship be successful. Both the Stanislaus National Forest and the regional office in Vallejo have contributed a total of $160,000 for all of this work necessary in this first phase. In addition, the Stanislaus National Forest has and will continue to contribute a substantial amount of staff time toward the spa, including the development of the schedule of items necessary to complete this first phase. And then YSS members, working through a spa subcommittee that they have formed, have also contributed a considerable amount of volunteer hours to help develop the project, including conducting road assessments and, as I mentioned, completing wildlife surveys for the phase 2. And that is why I begged them to be here today, because it is, we would not be here, absolutely, if it weren't for Patrick and Seth from Tuolumne River Trust, and Brian from SPI, and Mike from Sierra Resource Management, and Chris from CT Bioenergy Consulting, and plenty of other folks. Scott and Jason from the Forest Service, the supervisor and deputy supervisor, could not be here today. They are both out on fires and other things. But we would not be here today if it were not for them, because they have been so instrumental and dedicated to moving this forward. So I am extremely grateful for the work that everybody has put in. So if your board approves this spot today, the timeline is that we would issue the RFP. My goal was to issue it tomorrow, but we have to get final approval from the Forest Service, and it looks like early next week probably we'll issue the RFP. We will commence the project sometime then, very early August, and then we'll complete the project very early October, with the sale going out probably in the spring. There is liability concerns, as your board is aware, with all of these projects moving forward. Even though the work will be contracted out. However, the General Services Agreement that we will issue for our subcontractors does place the liability onto the contractors, as we've been doing with tree mortality projects, including insurance requirements and indemnification language and hold harmless clauses, all of those kinds of things. I've been working closely with County Counsel's office and risk management, so we are mitigating the liability as much as possible on these projects. But as your board knows, there is a level of liability with forest work. So,
Liz, can
yes.
I just make one comment?
Yes, sure.
And it's not attached to the agenda packet, but Appendix F is where some of the liability, the discussion of that is. So we'll make sure that your board gets a copy of it, because it discusses liability in terms of if there's a fire or that kind of thing. So it's important your board sees it and understands that piece.
Yeah, and that's Appendix F is for the timber harvest component for kind of phase 2. So yeah, I'll definitely make sure that your board sees that once we get going. Okay, so let's see. So future spas, we'll see the next board item here, but there is kind of a plan for future spas. We will be pursuing additional grant funds to see this thing keep going, because again, we've got 10 years, potentially 20 years, and we want to see this be successful in the long term. So let's see. So similar to the county's efforts on tree mortality, staff is requesting the county administrator be authorized to approve all amendments to spas, with the expectation that any required funds will be budgeted as necessary and all agreements will be reviewed with county council. Staff will provide monthly updates on the status of the spas to the Natural Resource Committee, and will report on project status to your board on a regular basis. So I am here recommending or requesting that your board approve the Forest and Watershed Resilience Supplemental Project Agreement with the Forest Service, and authorize the county administrator to sign all future amendments and related documents.
Board comment.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to thank Liz for all the work. You don't have much enthusiasm for this, Liz. This is such a huge step forward. I am just thrilled to be here, do this. I want to thank the YSS partners. But most of all, I want to comment that this, as I see it, is a cultural change in the U.S. Forest Service and the Stanislaus National Forest. And I give Jason Kiken a lot of credit, our new forest supervisor. He has been sticking his neck out, going forward, and changing the culture in the game. And that's how we're going to go forward. That's how we're going to put our forest back to work for us, make it healthy, resilient ultimately, and we're going to help our economy, improve the safety, improve our watershed, improve the environment. Everything's going to be a winner in this thing, and so I'm very enthusiastic about this. I want to thank the entire team for their effort, and you particularly for providing some leadership and energy behind this thing to make it happen. It's really good.
Supervisor Royce?
Pardon?
I just cut you off.
Oh, okay.
Supervisor Royce.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay. Thank you. Well said, by the way. Liz, I'm so impressed with everything you've done, and I want to thank you for moving the ball forward on this, and also Craig and Sarah and all the other support staff. I know you guys are doing a lot of work as well. Patrick and all of our industry people in the audience, I want to thank you as well. This has been going on for a long time behind the scenes, and to see things start to happen is really exciting. I also would like to mention Randy Moore and Barney Gant from the regional office. They first educated us on this. When was that, Randy? When Randy first mentioned this, it had to have been 7 years ago? About 7 years ago. First heard of this. And Mike, we started working on white papers way back when. And, through the process with YSS, everybody that sat through all those meetings and all the temperance and patience and time they put into this thing, I mean, it really is remarkable. And it truly is a fundamental change in the way things are being done. And to see incentives being aligned between industry and environmental communities is really, I think, the core root of the success of this. You're giving people reasons to work together. And I think just from a board perspective, it's something to take note of in the future when we're trying to accomplish things, to get people to all, actually work together. To be honest, I was extremely skeptical about this when I first heard of it. Just cynical and I guess disenfranchised with all of the stagnation for so long. But it truly is, it's inspiring to see this actually happening. So for everybody that contributed, I'm extremely grateful.
Yeah, so I have to put an exclamation point on a few of Supervisor Royce's comments, because I can think back, my memory does go back 30 or 40 years on this topic, and I can remember the absolute animosity between different factions that had staked positions. And so looking to where we are today, and when I look at Tuolumne River Trust and industry coming together to find solutions, working in this zone where we can be productive and we can get things done that are going to make a difference. We've come a long way, folks. And I see some of the YSS leadership out here. You guys have been instrumental in working as a team throughout the entire process to stay focused and to move the ball. And we're here. This is the first project, and it's exciting. And we've already talked about all the partnerships. It can't be understated. And Supervisor Royce, you are absolutely correct. This is a model. When we're looking at the challenges that we face in the future, we have got to not look at the polarized ends. We've got to look at that area in the middle where we can find consensus, agreement, and move forward and find solutions and get things done. And so I just applaud you and all of the effort and energy that this has taken. Staff, Liz, you're phenomenal. Gold star. And this is incredibly exciting for our county. And I would point, I think the first phase has 5 million board feet additional, and I think I read 49 or 50,000 tons of biomass that is going to be removed off of the public lands, and this is our first project. Resources are short everywhere. Success lies in a coordinated effort, and so we're going to move forward.
Supervisor
Thank you,
Rutherford.
everyone.
Yeah, all of my colleagues' comments are very germane, and I agree with every single one of them. I just don't want to miss one other aspect of this, and how much effort by this board, members of this board, and staff, external contacts in Washington, D.C., in Sacramento, this wasn't just done here in Tuolumne County. And it's those efforts to secure funding, to secure legislation, that's really important work as well. So absolutely kudos to the partnerships, but I don't want to forget that there's been some very strong personal efforts by staff, by some of my colleagues on this board, that should not also go unnoticed. Thank you.
All right, I think this is one of those things that when you start, you don't see the finish line. It's so far out there, and there's so much adversity, and having it coming full circle is it feels rewarding. And obviously, great work by supervisors, by staff, by industry. You know, I don't know why we can get this done at a county level and we can't get things done at a federal level. I mean, we can bring people together here in Tuolumne County, and I think that shows it. So thank you. With that, I have a motion.
Enthusiastically, you have a motion.
Okay.
Enthusiastic second.
All right. We have any
Exclamation.
public comment? Any public comment?
Can I third the motion?
Go ahead.
Enthusiastically.
Go ahead. No public comment? All right. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Next item.
Still here.
We're going to 21. Consideration of adopting a resolution to submit a California Climate Investment Forest Health Grant.
Okay.
You again.
Yeah, me again. So last one here. So,
No. This is the first of many.
yeah. Okay. Okay, so CAL FIRE, they have a forest health grant program which awards greenhouse gas reduction funds that are allocated by the legislature for California climate investments to implement projects that seek to proactively restore forest health to reduce greenhouse gases, protect upper watersheds where the state's water supply originates, promote the long-term storage of carbon in forest trees and soils, minimize the loss of forest carbon from large, intense wildfires, and further the goals of the California Global Warming Solutions Act of 2006. Primarily goals that you just heard about in the previous item. Project activities funded by CAL FIRE's Forest Health Grant Program may include reforestation, fuels reduction, prescribed fire, pest management, biomass utilization, and research. Projects that implement a mix of these activities with multiple partners will be given priority. Funds must be spent by March 30th, 2022. Tuolumne County, in partnership, I don't even think partnership is the right word, but in kind of being led probably by the Tuolumne River Trust, YSS, and the Forest Service, has submitted a concept proposal to CAL FIRE for this grant funding and has been invited to submit a full grant proposal for $14.7 million to fund multiple projects in the future for the Master Stewardship Agreement. The priorities that the team, and by the team I mean the county, Tuolumne River Trust, YSS, Forest Service, considered when selecting projects were as follows. Include as much as can be reasonably accomplished by the deadline of March 2022, paying attention to the industry workforce and capacity, as well as environmental planning and review needs. Wherever possible, remove biomass from the landscape for greenhouse gas reduction and to support our local industry, rather than pile and burn. Include any items that will help fund or plan for future MSA projects. Excuse me. And incorporate projects on state responsibility areas or ones that directly impact the SRA per the grant requirements, because it's CAL FIRE. You'll see there in your board memo that there is a chart that lists the projects that are to be completed using this Forest Health Grant funding. And this is all, again, through the Master Stewardship Agreement. So there's some fuels reduction, some reforestation, a non-commercial fin, another non-commercial fin, and a commercial fin. The let's see, some more fuels reduction, the commercial fin, kind of the phase 2 of the one that your board just previously effused, so the actual harvest portion, and then some prep for prescribed fire, and then acquisition of LIDAR for the whole county, excluding wilderness areas, for future planning, for future project needs. In addition, well, so let me just back up. So we're looking at a total of about 12,500 acres and about 125,000 tons of biomass that will be removed. And then there will also be some value that the county will get from the timber sale, and that will, again, go back into the master stewardship agreement for future projects. In addition, some of the grant funding will also go toward a water quality research study conducted by the Pacific Southwest Research Station related to erosion and sediment transfer from catastrophic fires versus through typical forest health treatments. They will be partnering with some other folks here, Pacific Industries being one that they will potentially partner with on their work that they are already doing on their own landscapes. Some of the funds will also go to the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council to develop an updated community wildfire protection plan for Tuolumne County, to compile fuel break projects that have been completed in the past 10 years, and to develop a list of prioritized actions for the future. There will also be 4 community forums that we will hold with that plan as it's developed. The grant requires the applicant submit the attached resolution when submitting the full proposal. The full application is not quite yet complete. This is one of the things that Tuolumne River Trust is working on our behalf for, but it is due June 13th. However, I did also attach the concept proposal that was submitted just for your board's reference. So I am here requesting that your board approve the resolution to submit a California Climate Investment Forest Health grant and authorize the county administrator or his designee to sign all grant-related documents.
Any questions from the board?
Comment. First of all, I think Liz downplayed the LIDAR a little bit. LIDAR, doing the whole county, is going to give us an opportunity to help all the private lands. And they probably couldn't do that on their own. And that gives us a chance to go after SRA, and the help that is included in this for our Fire Safe Council is a huge benefit. This is a real comprehensive kind of result that comes out of this that I think is a real asset to our county that is a little understated.
Supervisor Rotifer?
Since we're talking budget today as well, I see that there's a match in the request of $1.137 million.
Yeah.
Where's the money coming from?
Yeah, that was a previous grant that Tuolumne River Trust had actually applied for. That's part of the having them as a nonprofit. They're able to apply for their own grants.
Sure.
They ended up not getting that grant. But there is no match requirement. Of course, match is always nice. But
always nice.
Yes. So, yeah.
Well, there is kind of a big match. The Forest Service U.S. Forest Service is going to throw in a big chunk of change in this thing.
Yeah.
Good.
Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, and thank you for that question, Supervisor Rotifer, because it is an important piece as we go forward, working with Tuolumne River Trust as a nonprofit. They do have capacity to go out and look for grants and matching funds, and so that's a part of this that can't be understated. I also I need to thank Supervisor Hanfield on this one because there was a point in time when this was put together, and these funds are incredibly competitive across the state. And in Hanfield-esque style, he immediately went to the top to Chief Penlot and said, I think you need to make us all pull it together and come and do a presentation and fight for these dollars. And his idea, he put it out there and he pulled it together, and so we went up there. And it is important that we show where we are efficient and competitive and where we are going to get things done, because there is a lot of conversation about how this impacts the SRA. And for the public's benefit, we all know that catastrophic fire doesn't know boundaries. And so there are pieces of this that, with the Fire Safe Council and some of the other pieces where, it specifically is targeting the SRA, but then it really is, again, talking about how we have a watershed that is healthy. And so very comprehensive. And I just want to highlight one last piece, because we talked about this a lot in the Natural Resource Committee, is we make some assumptions and we don't necessarily have good evidence-based science behind it. And so when I first learned of the partnership with industry and, again, the Forest Service, and doing some joint ventures in looking at, in this case, some water quality and sediment scenarios, and that partnership, again, we cannot understate the benefit of what this does for the entire. This is information that will be shared region-wide. And so it's going to have tremendous benefits here in Tuolumne County, but it also benefits the region as a whole. And so I wholeheartedly support this.
Okay. Any public comment?
Can I just say one more thing?
Okay, only one more thing.
Okay. I know I've said it a lot, but this grant is another example of the whole team coming together. And Patrick, in particular, I'm sure with Seth's assistance, wrote this concept proposal and is submitting the full proposal on the county's behalf. I mean, it's my name that goes there, but I don't deserve the credit at all for this grant. And the Forest Service, Ann Denton and Marty Gamelin and Brian McQuarrie and even Jason and Scott, they have been so dedicated to seeing this be successful. I really hope it is. But and then Chris and Mike and Brian and the rest of the SPA team, Jim Maddox and Rick Carter, and they have been so helpful in putting this grant proposal together, because I don't know about forest practices or projects.
You're learning, though,
they
aren't
do.
you?
Yeah, and it just
You're getting there.
No, but we would not be here again if it were not for them and their tireless efforts on this. I just wanted to mention that.
All right, thank you. So no public comment. Bring it back to the board.
Yeah, I move approval of submitting the California Climate Investment Forest Health Grant and authorizing the county administrator to sign all grant-related documents.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Brennan and a second by Supervisor Hanveld. All those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0, and thank all of you.
Thank you.
We're going to have a break until 10:30. Does that work? Okay. Thank you. Long enough break for you?
No.
All right, I call the meeting back to order. Will clerk please read our 10:30 appointment?
Consideration of adopting the fiscal year 2017-18 year-end budget review and associated budgetary adjustments.
All right, who's going to be first there?
All right.
Ms. Riggs.
Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. The item before you today is the year-end budget review. Your board did see a snapshot of this on last Tuesday. And as you're probably aware, just from some of the emails that have been flying around, this has been definitely a work in progress. We have continued to change numbers and refine these numbers as late as last night and again this morning. With that being said, in front of you, you do have a budget detail that's been corrected. We worked with Debbie early this morning. She still hasn't had a chance to really look at this with us. So what we would like as we work through this is for your board to approve this, to finalize this with Deb before we actually do give it to her for the actual input that her staff will do. Right now, it looks good, but again, like I said, she's just done a high-level review. As you all know, she's pretty busy right now and hasn't been able to really concentrate on it. So with that being said, the year-end budget review is one of the final times that we have to really give the board a chance for you to see how are the departments performing under the current approved budget. And with that being said, there's not a lot of changes since what you heard on Tuesday. There are a few. I'm going to go through this, and then I'm more than happy to answer any questions for you. So with that being said, in the end of your packet, you do have attachments A, B, and C, and those are the Schedule 1s, which will give you the outline, the revenues, beginning fund balance, revenues, projected expenditures, and then at the end of that is what would be the projected ending fund balance. And so that's really what we're looking at for year end, is where might be that projected ending fund balance that will help us then begin the development of the 2018-19 budget, which Mr. Pedro will be going over with you very soon. So overall, when you look at the Schedule A and our Attachment A, you see that all of your governmental funds are expected to end the year with a positive fund balance except for one, and that is our County Roads Fund. And the reason for that is we had a budgeting error, and it is being corrected. Thankfully, they do have enough contingencies to cover that, and we'll continue to work with the staff to fine-tune and educate, and they're all learning still. So we'll fix that as we go forward. But I'm going to go through the memo, and then and I will refer to Exhibits A, B, and C as we're working through those. So the general fund is expected to, or projected to end the year with almost a $1.5 million fund balance. And the reason for that change from the mid-year is there's just a few, and general revenues, the revenue team met, and the revenues were projected to be about $700,000 more than what we said at mid-year. So that's driving a large part of that. We also have some various cost savings in different cost centers. So, and I won't go through each one of those, but the combination of all of those savings and some increased revenues are what are resulting in that increased fund balance from what was projected at mid-year. Again, the road fund right now is projected at the $143,000 deficit. They have $269,000 in contingencies. And again, it was an error in budgeting, and we have worked through that, and it will be fine going forward.
How is that going to impact next year's budget for the road fund?
So that will reduce their contingencies down, where they will carry forward about $127,000 in the fund balance next year. And you will see in your next memo, they are projected to be balanced next year without additional help from the general fund. Okay, what also happened in the road fund is we saw a change in the way that the SB1, it was about 50% of what was originally projected, and those numbers are from CSAC. That, and then thankfully to offset that reduction in revenue, we also had the Secure Rural Schools was reauthorized. So that did help offset that reduction, but there was still a slight reduction overall of a little over $100,000 between those two changes. The Human Services Agency, they are expected to end the year with positive fund balances, and you see those listed there. Those amounts do not include contingencies, and we'll get to the contingencies in your chart coming up. County Capital Fund, again, is projecting it to end with a balanced budget and no carryover fund balance in that fund. So the chart on page 2 is what would the departments who have contingencies, what would their fund balance look like if they did not spend any of their contingencies? So the first one is their projected ending fund balance. Contingencies is the second column, and then that adjusted ending fund balance on the end. So as you can see with general fund, it's about $1.5 million is projected. We have contingencies of $447, which would put us at a projected fund balance of $1.9 million for year end. And enterprise funds, good news. Columbia Airport is doing extremely well. They have much higher revenues than was originally projected, so that has helped their fund out quite a bit. And the ambulance fund will also end the year with a little bit higher fund balance of about $178,000. We will need to do a few changes in our internal services funds. And what some of those are is unemployment claims were slightly higher than were originally projected for even at mid-year. We will need to take that adjustment from their fund balance. We also have, workers' compensation had higher settlements than was originally estimated. Thankfully, they do have some refunds and reimbursements to help offset that, but there's approximately $333,000 that will need to come from fund balance in that fund. The purchasing, it's a small adjustment for what takes place in that fund, but as we estimate revenues and uses between department copies and what they are charged, we need to make an adjustment in that fund of $43,000. And then finally, we talk about fleet services. As your board, we talked about this on May 29th. Your board is aware we've done a lot of analysis on the fleet services that they provide, and this is the first year that they are not servicing fire equipment. As a result, they are estimated to end the year with a deficit. With that being said, as we discussed, we are recommending to the board that we would transfer enough to cover the deficit, which is $105,000, and also $50,000 more to give them working capital for fiscal year 18-19. And then we've been working closely with David to ensure that we are balanced in future years. On page 3, we outline what some of those general revenue increases were, and you can see the biggest being property tax in lieu of VLF. And then the PILT, there was a 13% increase in PILT for this current fiscal year by Congress, and that we did not carry that forward, so you're not seeing that same increase in 18-19.
Pardon me, just real quick. On the, when we talk about the revenues increases, can we, never mind, I just found it. Sorry.
Okay. One thing I wanted to mention on here that when you see the state VLF revenues, that is a pass-through that will be passed through to the appropriate Human Service Agency cost center. And you may remember quite a while ago we came before you and we let you know that PG&E had changed the way they were calculating their franchise tax fees that they are passing on to local governments. For us, that original decrease, they've taken it from, and they're moving to a GIS-based system. And what happened was they took our GIS information off of our county website without any input from our staff, and unfortunately the information that they were utilizing was incorrect. Our staff was phenomenal. They took the time, they got the file from PG&E, they overlaid all the different layers of all the county infrastructure, and instead of having a $200,000 plus deficit, it ended up being about $80,000. So if our staff hadn't been so proactive, it would have been a much bigger reduction. So I want to make sure we hit on that. On page 4 and 5, we outline all of those changes we just talked about and a few others. The changes that would be necessary to bring each of these cost centers, such as the county administrator's office, our office, we did receive a scholarship for me to attend some training. That has been incorporated into the changes before you. It's a 90% scholarship. We also had a few other revenues that will allow us to offset all of those costs. County council, the outside council costs are a little bit higher, a little bit $42,000 higher is what she's estimating she may need, and that's in relation to FERC and the general plan. As always, when we increase our TOT, we also increase the Visitors Bureau by a 25% of the TOT increase. And there are various other changes. Happy to go through those specifically. They are outlined in the memo and in the budget detail. Page 6, we always give you the two charts. One is for the general fund problems or opportunities, and the other one is how would we fix it. Everything that you just saw on page 4 and 5 and what we would need to fix is outlined in these charts. So you will see, example, again, the CAO's office, we had $10,486 more in expenses, but we also have $10,486 more in revenues to offset that. And we have done that with every single cost center. So sometimes it's reduced expenses, such as in the sheriff's office, or it may be increased revenues and reduced expenses, such as maybe the district attorney's office, where she has some increased costs related to a grant. And on page 7, we kind of revisit what we talked about a little bit, the road fund needing to make the reduce their contingencies by the $142,000. Public health and Human Services Agency, they have the ability to, and we've talked with your board about this in the past, she has the ability to move funding through transfers of realignment to each of the different cost centers as she sees the services and the needs of her clientele. As she looks at that, she positions the budgets in the way where she's seeing the biggest impact and needs for services. She's recommending and requesting that we would transfer from public health $200,000 to the Social Services Department, and that's contained in your budget detail as well. And then, as we already talked about, workers' compensation, unemployment and fleet services all need adjustments. And the one I did not hit on was ambulance. They did replace a generator throughout the year. They have sufficient cost savings within the fund to offset that increased appropriation.
Question. Looking at the problems and solutions, we have a county council for outside attorney, but I didn't see anything on the solution to how to correct that.
So the solution, we're using the general revenues that come in between the TOT and the property tax in lieu of.
Okay.
And I'm happy to answer any
No,
questions if you have any.
It's okay. I got it now. Thanks. Any other questions? Public comment. Mr. Pedro.
Again, just to emphasize, asking your board to go ahead and approve this, but approving the actual budget detail changes subject to review with Debbie, with the auditor controller.
Okay.
I see her nodding in the back. Apparently she's busy today. I'm not sure why.
She has her laptop there. All right, so what we're doing is looking for a motion to...
I'll move to approve the year-end budget, subject to details being sorted out with the auditor controller.
And we have a second by Supervisor Royce.
A quick comment, because I think we have to recognize this has been a painful exercise for our staff. And, you know, we do our retreat in January, and we all talk about how the hardships that we have within county government with respect to resources, specifically when it comes to staffing. And yet again, we found ourselves in a position where we didn't lose next year, and I don't want to jump ahead here. I'll save these comments for the next item. It's inappropriate at this time. I second the motion.
Yeah, we really, I think this year really have overworked the budget process. I think we've been successful, but it's been a ordeal for staff. So I really appreciate all the hard work that you've done there. And we have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, passes 5-0. Clerk, please read our second 10:30 appointment.
Consideration of providing staff direction on how to complete the preparation of the fiscal year 18-19 proposed budget and approve related layoffs.
Is this yours, Mr. Pedro?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, members of the board. Before going through the detail of this, I just want to, again, high level, you know, how did we get here? What was the journey this year? And as far as the direction, Supervisor Brennan started to, hit it, is, the direction really began with our retreat. This year is what the board's priorities, we're going to be for the coming year. I'll just stop there, but the initial budget requests, again, came in around $5.8 million. That's just initial submissions. Reduced about $4.2 million, then down to about a $3.5 million, and I sought some additional direction from the board on a couple other high-level points to further whittle the problem down. Then took it to the departments, asking each to contribute what they could in the reduction of this problem. Again, paying respect to the priorities that your board has articulated, time and again, and knowing that some folks are in a position where they could contribute all of that which had been asked, and others could not because it's just so thin in some of those staffing areas. Our revenue team has looked and scrubbed our revenue numbers a bunch of times, the big ones, our sales tax, TOT, property tax, and thank them for their diligence and not only helping to estimate but to collect every penny that we can. From those sources, and then it came boiling down to the budget that's put together for presentation today. But back to last week, we went through the high-level review of this. We were balanced at that time, still covering all core services. The board we discussed a number of things, but the top three that I came out of was trying to restore the supervising deputy probation officer, which was the chief probation officer's number one priority, to restore the relief staffing for animal control for after-hour coverage, both in the field and in the shelter, and then also wasn't spoken of nearly as much, but trying to get the library's book budget back to something closer to historic levels that's sustainable. because they really couldn't go year after year at that lower level that was in that budget. And the theme has been what's sustainable, what's real in these budgets. So with that, we went and scrubbed this thing, again, and buffed it, and did a few other things. And in its current state, the fiscal 18-19 recommended budget does maintain all core county services, restores funding to those 3 priority areas that were discussed last week, balances ongoing general fund expenses solely with ongoing revenues. We haven't been there in several years, and that's an accomplishment and is going to serve this board and this organization well moving forward if we keep it that way. It provides the $250,000 to begin building back the county's general reserves, and again, that was something that Standard & Poor's, when we met with them, said that we really needed to start doing that. They understood why our reserves have been brought down, but said you really need to start taking steps to start building that back, and we agreed. Fully fund the general fund contingencies at $750,000 per your revised policy. Provides roughly $718,000 towards match, for the 2018 storms. Does all the above with few staff reductions. Turns out to only being 3.8 FTE reductions, with one of those being due to layoff. And last bullet here is it does provide a sound foundation for developing future year budgets, which is what your board has directed and wanted. And if we can be in that kind of a place as we look to those future budgets that still have a lot of expenditure pressures, can our revenues grow fast enough to keep up with our growth in expenditures? Well, this will set a good base so that we can meet those challenges. So the rest of this memo just goes on, and it does update a lot of the material that I gave you. I'm going to hit some high points. On page 2, one of the most important things, again, is balancing our annual, per your board's policy, balancing annual operating budgets without the use of one-time revenues. And again, this policy serves to ensure that ongoing expenses do not exceed ongoing revenues. And in the general fund, it shows an estimated beginning balance of nearly $1.8 million, and it provides a distribution, shows you how that one-time money has been distributed. And you can see the contingencies, the reserves I spoke of, the $400,000, it's one of 3 years of installments to pay off the debt that we have on the regional juvenile facility, the portion that could not be covered by the loans that we just took out. It's a one-time funding for LoSAP. It's a payoff of our LoSAP liability in the fire department so that we can set up a new incentive program for volunteer firefighters, and it also sets aside out of that fund balance roughly $278,000 towards our 2018 storm damage. Just below that, it also shows the SB 90 state mandate reimbursements that we're looking forward to receiving from the state of California. It's still in the state budget. Very glad the governor did not forget us. This was part of his wall of debt that he said he wanted to pay off before leaving office. This isn't everything, but it's a good hunk. And we're proposing that one-time money also be put towards a one-time use. And that figure combined with the $278,000 or so of general fund balance will provide us a $718,000 nest egg for our match requirements for our 2018 storm repairs. And I just want to pause there for a couple things. One is that is not all of what we need for the storm repairs. We think, talking with Mr. Gonzalez, it reflects what he thinks he can get done by way of repairs in the coming fiscal year, and the match that is required to go with those projects. And just to say again, there are some projects, a lot of things have been put aside. It seems like we just have one thing on top of another. We've had other roads that have been damaged by prior storms that need to be fixed, and we can't lose sight of those. For example, people remember Italian Bar Road, damage there, Little Fuller Road, damage that was done there. And we have to get that work done, or we will lose the funding that we also worked hard to get for those projects. So trying to catch up on those projects, doing the most important projects, for example, Ferretti Road and Marsh's Flat, which is a combination of a couple of storms. That's what this money is primarily going to be focused on this year, but we'll need to be looking for another installment in the following fiscal year to complete the repairs of the 18 storm damage. Something in this, I just want to call to your attention, in that $278,000 in the carryover balance. Again, it depends how you want to look at it, but there's roughly $128,000 that's included in that number that came from savings of debt payments that did not need to be made this fiscal year for the IT improvements that your board has approved was part of our loan package. We thought we'd have to make a first installment of loan payments this year, but we did not. Those payments start early in the coming year. We had talked about, before the storms hit, talked about taking that money to pay down quicker, the money owed on the regional juvenile facility. But in light of the need for the storm match, for the 18 storms that came after we had talked about that, I thought the better thing to do is let that flow to fund balance and use it to help build the amount of money we need for the storm repairs. So it's something we wanted to do. Actually, if we didn't have the storms, if you could only imagine, we'd have $718,000 we could be paying down right now on paying off that regional facility. But I wanted to call that to your attention. If your board wanted to pay down the juvenile facility debt first, we'd have to scramble to find other monies for the storm costs. But I wanted to let you know that's what something I had done, and just wanted you to be aware of that. And again, I won't pile into these other board policies. We're in compliance with each of them, and that will bode well. Again, when we will be going to the market again shortly to refinance the debt we have on the Jamestown mine to save us about $500,000 over the balance of that loan. And compliance with these policies will go a long ways in getting us a premier bond rating, which will get us better interest rates. How does this, I think this is worth hitting again. How does this budget comply with your board priorities? It definitely hits your public safety #1 mark. Fully funds your juvenile center operations, fully funds the construction of the new jail. It funds and implements emergency medical dispatch. Is something that the Sheriff's Office has really wanted to do for a long time and are ready to go. It continues your tree mortality projects and does provide funding for personal use cannabis enforcement. And hold that thought till later in my presentation. Road funding, on the strength of SB 1 dollars, we're able to make a real dent in advancement and improvement in our ability to maintain our local roads. There's about $2.3 million of SB 1 funding that's in the 18-19 budget, and that's going to make a difference, begin to make a difference on our roads. And I'll speak about that a little bit later. And we're also putting a lot of money into our repair of our storm repair projects. We have maintained strength in our revenue-generating functions. We continue our investments in IT infrastructure improvements. We maintain all Clark County services, including library and recreation. The implementation of the Master Stewardship Agreement has been built into this, and we fully fund at least the completion of the new county general plan. And I'll just do my best impression of Mr. Gonzalez. Is don't forget, once that thing gets approved, then we have to implement it, and that'll be another phase and another hunk of funding. So as far as the biggest service impacts, we're down to just a couple areas, and one just of note is that this does leave us with reduced probation release work crews. However, there's a couple reasons for that. One is that the number of crew members available to work has gone down. And then the second, in order to meet budget reduction targets, this is not considered a core service of probation, so the work crew release coordinators has been reduced. So it's not one or the other, it's really both. and hopefully we'll see crew availability increase. And at some point, we'd be back to tell you, hey, we have such potential here. We need to talk to you about adding back work release coordinators. And then the other one is real but softer, and that's just the fact that a lot of the changes that we're making in the CRA, there's a lot of reorganization that Mr. Gonzalez is doing, new technology that he's bringing in, and it's just going to take time to fully implement it before he's hitting on all cylinders the way that he wants to. At the bottom of page 3 and top of page 4, it summarizes where the reduction, changes in staffing is occurring. And again, showing that net reduction, 3.8 FTE, and those are detailed in attachment D. And then I just wanted to, point out, as I did before, there's a lot of things going on here with reorganizations, position conversions, leveraging existing and new technology. We're going to be getting out of some rented quarters and putting people into offices into county-owned area to save on rent. There's a lot of things that helped us get to balance with this budget. The new section that I just wanted to mention is there's 3 areas that, a lot of things you won't want to watch, but these are 3 that just came to the fore of my mind that we want to watch moving forward. The first is our general revenues. As this budget assumes continuation of a strong and growing local economy with light growth in our property tax, sales tax, and TOT revenues, and we're just going to continue to do everything we can to promote that, but we'll need to track that and make sure that those revenue assumptions are holding. But again, this is the strongest economy that I've seen in several years. It's been stable and growing, and it's just evolving, and it's a good place to be. We want to do better, and your board's talked about that, and that's why we continue to focus on things like economic development, making the changes that we're making in CRA, advancing a general plan like you're talking about, doing things like the master stewardship agreement, and so forth. We got to hit on all of those cylinders to keep advancing our economy. The second is illegal commercial cannabis grows. We do have some funding in here for the staffing that had been, or the resources requested through CRA. We really don't know what it's going to take to fully enforce the personal use cannabis activities that are going on. But what we're concerned about is what happens if we do start seeing widespread illegal commercial grows throughout Tuolumne County. There, we're going to have to be nimble and ready to make some changes. And this is just a reminder, we need to protect resources, and one of those resources is our contingencies, where we can go to if we need to go get the additional resources necessary to respond if we do start seeing widespread illegal commercial grows in Tuolumne County. Very concerned. Just a large concern of mine and others. The third point is the measure to repeal SB 1 that's going to appear on the November 2018 ballot. Again, I mentioned that there's $2.3 million of new SB 1 revenues and projects contained in next year's budget, and ultimately that's supposed to grow to somewhere in excess of $5 million annually that we can then put to work in repairing our local roads. And just saying again, if that ballot, that repeal is successful in November, that revenue will cease immediately, and we will need to cancel and defer projects, have to look at retooling our road maintenance operations, and again, forego the projects that could have been into the future. And just stating it like it is, as your board knows, and as stated before, this measure isn't everything that your board had really wanted. But if this measure gets repealed, I don't know when there'll be another shot, to get back and come up with some new revenues, however it's derived, to backfill it. The roads in our county will only get worse if that happens. So that's something that we'll need to watch. And again, there's a few items that aren't in here that would be handled during the final budget hearing in September. A couple of requests from ACCA. I think I only mentioned the one for some ongoing operational funding that they had asked, but they're also asking support for their food bank program. A lot of the federal funds have really been dried up there. And then Arts Alliance would like to and has requested your board consider continuing funding for them. So that's the state of the budget right now, and the real point of today is, what are the kinds of things would your board like to have us work on between now and bringing you a finalized 18-19 recommended budget for approval on June 19. And having said that, I know we scrubbed this thing pretty tightly on both sides of the equation. But again, your direction will do whatever the board would like and make sure that we're ready to adopt this thing June 19.
Right. Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah. I was a little bit surprised to see a take on the Veterans Office. I don't support that. I would like to see that put back in, that half a person. And then the other thing that I'm still concerned about, and I'm not going to ask you to do anything about it, because I don't know that it's a good idea to do something about it now, but I do want it to be in the back of the mind. I think one of the highest priority things that we're not addressing is a legal assistant in our county counsel's office, okay? Again, I'm not asking for you to do anything about it, but you're going to hear me talking about that in September when we start getting around to that. So please be looking for some overhead to do that. But that Veterans Service Office, that office cannot operate effectively without that office assistant position. If you remember the last time that we tried to take that position, it didn't work out so well. And I suspect it won't work out so well on the 15th either, or whatever it is, 19th. So we need to find a way to put that back in.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I just have, you call it things to watch, and I call it threats. And I just I'm very nervous about potentially overstating our revenues. TOT is a little scary to me. We've only got so many beds. How do we, increased capacity or utilization is the way we grow TOT unless we develop additional facilities that people can come and use. I am very concerned about cannabis enforcement and the cost it represents. I mean, we've had two recent instances that I'm aware of, and of course the SB1 thing. I think there are other threats. I just think we need to monitor those, and when the signposts show up that they're going the wrong direction, we need to immediately adjust whatever that takes. It's too important we meet our budgets. So that's my only comments.
You mentioned library books earlier. I've been turning this back and forth in my mind and trying to decide why books aren't one-time expenses, because you buy them and then you get rid of them. It's just not like it's. I know you buy them every year, but you buy different books. So think about it that way.
Would you just like to read the same ones?
No, that's why I'm saying, you're buying different books.
Kind of like replays.
We need to look at it differently. Yeah, and getting back to things to watch. One thing on this TOT that I'm not saying I'm not worried about, but the approach that the Visitors Bureau is taking is to fill those beds when they're empty on the shoulder seasons. We're going to get all the TOT taxes through the summer that people are here. They're renting them, and if they're successful at doing the shoulder seasons like they're working on, then we should see an increase in that. With that,
I'd like to. one thing, and it's not direction on the budget per se, but it impacts our budget, and it'll impact all of our future budgets. You know, everything that Larry Cope is doing to attract businesses to this county is going to go for naught if we don't fix the housing situation in this county. And that is a huge potential revenue source, okay, that is out there. I would like to see us just do some brainiac work. Mr. Gonzalez, Larry Cope, CAO's office, and see if there's not some kind of a little task force that we can put together to encourage housing development in this county. I know there's a lot of NIMBYism out there that, you know, is going to resist that, but we have got, if we have any hope of increasing the economy in this county, we've got to address that housing situation, and we've got to address it relatively aggressively. And that doesn't mean out of control. It just means we need to get on it. Okay? End of comment.
Okay. Ms. Pedro? Sherry?
She outranks me.
No, because I'm anxious to get to public comment and comments from staff too. And under the things to watch, I'd also, I know that those that are involved with the PERS piece and what the state is going to do will have huge implications for this county. And I know that we are proactively working that at every level, including RCRC, but we need to state it, I think. And I really do want to hear from staff. And this is a difficult conversation because I started to allude to this, you know, earlier, but we come out of the retreat and we recognize what a tremendous job the staff is doing that we have. And we talk about capacity issues, and we know there are capacity issues, and then we come to a budget. And, you know, looking at our next fiscal year and what it means. And while we've tried to make some investments in, especially in IT, to get some efficiencies and to look at doing things a little bit, you know, differently, those are all important. But we recognize up here on this dais what the staffing challenges are out there, and the expectation that we are going to be asking staff to do actually more with without that increased capacity is something that it's not lost on us. And so at some point in time, and I know the Finance Committee has been grappling with this, but we have to look at that revenue piece. And I know we have a later agenda item, but it is a reality that we are going to have to look at.
Just real quick on the TOT thing. It does continue to grow. You do need to do something different if you don't have any more beds than you do what the Visitors Bureau is. And I thought they did a great job when they came with their presentation, definitely changing how they're looking at the world and looking to fill up those beds in those shoulder seasons. The beds are there, and we're seeing some of that benefit. The other thing that's happening is our Treasurer Tax Collector, Shelley Peach, was working with Daniel Richardson in my office. We'll be bringing a contract to you guys where through computer programming software systems, it helps mine and locate folks that are actually using their homes as like a rentable B&B kind of thing, and to identify those folks. So not to stop them per se, but to have them just start collecting and submitting their TOT, and that's been very successful in other counties. So we'll be bringing that contract to you guys soon.
Okay. Any other board comments? All right, public comment? Boy, this has been great today. A lot of bashful people. Okay. No public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for to look at the recommendations. You have enough directions on...
I'm hearing and feeling Supervisor Roderfer strong. So
okay. And
on the VSO office, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and
it's not a huge amount, but we'll dig some more.
Okay.
So I got a couple nickels you can rub together.
Okay. Mine are worn out.
So what we're looking for is an action here, recommended budget for approval on June 19th, and to authorize staff to issue associated layoff notices. So looking for a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I have an alternate motion.
Okay.
I move on staff recommendation without approval on the Veteran Service Office position. It's vacant anyway, so I don't think it affects.
Oh, I just do it with, just approve it with that removed.
Okay.
And we'll
I move on staff recommendation with that removed.
All right. Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Rutherford, second by Supervisor Hanwald. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, none, passes 5-0. Thank you very much. So we're going to, our next, we have a 10:30 or 11:30 appointment.
We do closed session.
Do we have time to do the closed session? All right, we're going to adjourn to closed session. We'll be back at 11:30.
I'll read it.
Yes, please read the closed session item.
This is closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, authority, government code section 54956-9D2, and it's one case.
Okay, any public comment on the closed session item? Seeing none, we'll be back at 11:30.
What's that? Yeah, I noticed that. Hey, at least miss.
John, are you going to want
Relax.
comments?
2 minutes.
You give David 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Hmm? Yeah.
All right, we return from closed session. We have nothing to report. Clerk, please read our 11:30 appointment.
This is presentation on the upcoming public review of the Tuolumne County General Plan and Environmental Impact Report.
All right.
Good morning, Chairman and fellow supervisors. My name is Quincy Yaley. I'm the Assistant Director of Development at the Community Resources Agency. Thank you for having us here. This is our final informational presentation regarding the Tuolumne County General Plan update. It's bittersweet. Too bad it's the last one, but it's great because it means the next time that we are here before you, we will be presenting the EIR and the general plan once it's out for public comment. So it is a good day all around. I just want to remind you, we're here to talk about the public review process for the general plan update. We're not seeking any direction. This is an informational item only, and the discussion will focus on how the public and agencies can get involved once the general plan is released to the public. We've had a theme of food for the last 4 or 5 presentations, and so it would only be appropriate now that we end as a food critic. And so once we release the general plan, it's an opportunity for you and the members of the public to critique the general plan. And the pictures on the screen before you are all of healthy foods, because healthy food is good for you, and so is the general plan.
I don't see chocolate on there.
So I just want to give an overview of the public review process. We'll notify the public as well as the following entities when the general plan is ready to be released and the public comment period has started. This includes state, regional, local agencies, anyone who has already participated in the review process by submitting comments, either electronically or via mail. We have that information. Those people will be notified. We'll notify the general public via the website as well as a notice in the newspaper, and the documents will be available for review at the county, on the web, as well as at the public library in Sonora. There will be a 45-day review process. Following that notification, people can email, fax, hand deliver. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
On the libraries, could you make it available at all the branch libraries?
No problem.
Thank you.
They can email, fax, deliver, or mail in comments, as well as provide comments during the public hearing. This is an overview of the schedule. We're getting into summer, and we are preparing the draft general plan and the EIR, which is the Environmental Impact Report, which is required under the California Environmental Quality Act. Later this summer, we will release both documents, and a 45-day public comment period will begin. After those 45 days, we will collect all those comments, review them, and be working with our staff and consultants to make any adjustments, and I'll go into that in just a minute. In the fall, we'll release the final EIR, which includes all those comments and our responses to them. And then we'll begin a series of public hearings where we'll be taking public comment at both Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors meetings on those documents, with a goal of a final approval of certification of the EIR and approval of the general plan in December of this year. So there's a great book out there. It's called How to Be a Savvy Restaurant Reviewer.
Could we take a quick break?
You bet.
You know,
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Speaking of restaurants, there's a great book entitled How to Be a Savvy Restaurant Reviewer, Secrets of the Restaurant Critic. And we are going to go into now how to be a savvy general plan and EIR reviewer, the secrets of reviewing public documents. And you'll see me here. I'm the waiter, and I'm handing out the general plan and the EIR. And we want to educate the public as well as our staff on how to write comments regarding the general plan and the EIR so that staff can effectively respond to them, and they are meaningful comments that can influence the general plan and the EIR. So just as a reminder, there's a difference between the content of the general plan and the EIR. This becomes important when people are submitting comments. And so the general plan has the goals, the policies, the implementation programs. It has those colored land use maps, and it has the community plans in it. The EIR has the technical information, the environmental analysis, talks about thresholds of significance that help us determine if something's a big deal or not a big deal. If it's a big deal, what are we going to do to make it less of a deal? Okay, that's the EIR, and that's really important when people are just giving comments to us so we can help understand the nature of their concerns and respond to it appropriately. So when we're talking about the general plan, as always, verbal and written comments are welcome. If it's verbal comments that I have a phone call with someone, I will summarize those, and we will summarize those in an agenda report for the public and yourselves to review. And as a result of those comments, there may be changes that happen in the general plan after that 45-day comment period. So comments are important on the draft general plan. There are appropriate comments for the general plan, and then there are things that, well, maybe you can tell us, but I can't really do anything with that when you're looking at the general plan. And so corrections to background information or maps, suggestions on goals, policies, or implementation program changes. Changes on the actual land use colors or the circulation maps that are in the general plan, as well as, encouraging us to or asking the county to emphasize certain programs or maybe minimize certain programs based on how they're written out in the general plan. Things that are not appropriate for the general plan comments is the adequacy of the EIR, meaning you didn't study every bug or bunny that needed to be studied for this area, or the threat, X amount of trips for this neighborhood is too big of an impact and we need to widen the road. Also, commenting on documents that are outside of the purview of the general plan is not appropriate at this time. This would be something like, in the C1 of the general commercial zoning district, you should allow pet salons. Okay, that's a great idea, but it's not relevant to the document that we're talking about. So we really want to limit concerns to the EIR and the general plan, not about other planning or county documents that we may have. Again, in the EIR commenting process, written and verbal are welcome. Staff will look at those, summarize them, and possibly make changes to the final EIR when it's published. Those comments and changes will be expressed in staff reports that will be available to the public and decision makers.
Can you back up?
You bet.
Okay, so during the comment period on the EIR, are we going to be constantly updating as comments come in, or are we going to wait until the end and?
No, so what we do is we start to track those comments. So we review them and we start to catalog them with the nature of the concerns, so that once we are finished with that 45-day comment period, we're prepared to do the analysis. So there is work that's going on during the 45-day comment period to prepare for the analysis that we do internally with staff and our consultants that then goes into the final EIR.
Okay.
Again, comments that are appropriate for the EIR would be corrections to information that's in the EIR. So if there's technical information that's incorrect, a species is listed with the wrong threat level or something like that, that's a comment that's appropriate for the EIR. Comments about the data and the evidence that we use to make decisions about whether or not something exceeds a threshold of significance or is a big deal or not, as well as the technical adequacy of the EIR. So we're looking at the background reports, the studies that were done to prepare the baseline information that then forms the analysis. Comments that are not appropriate for the EIR, again, changes back to the general plan. So if changes focus on policies, goals, maps, and things like that, that is a general plan comment. Also, just saying, I don't like the general plan, that's not something that I can do much with in terms of helping that constituent make an effective comment that could result in change and would be valuable in the review process that the decision makers will make. So I put a couple of examples up here of these are legitimate comments that I have gotten on the previous document that I have reviewed. Okay, the first one just says, I don't like this project, it will bring traffic. Well, how much traffic? Where do you live? What are your real concerns? Do you need a turn lane? Do you need, is the land use that's being proposed in the colored map next to you going to generate more traffic? So just saying it will bring traffic and throwing your hands up, I can't really help you make an impact on the review process. I got this one yesterday. I heard there was a new development proposed on my street. I'm against it. Why are you against it? What are the issues that you're worried about so that I can either make sure that those issues were studied or we can do additional analysis to make sure that those concerns that you've raised are addressed. The new general plan is bad for Soulsbyville. How is it bad for Soulsbyville? Are you worried about noise? Are you worried about traffic? Is it an air quality issue? These are things that then our staff and our consultant can make sure are addressed in the EIR and that we can adequately respond to your concerns. I live in East Sonora. I don't want commercial next door. Well, a lot of times what people don't realize is that there already is commercial designated next door to you. Just because the land is vacant doesn't mean that it's not designated for some type of development or growth. So looking at the previous land use maps, looking at what the proposed changes are, will help you as a constituent understand really what the general plan and how it is and how it will impact you. keep Columbia historic. That's a great. Keeping Columbia historic is a great idea. But how does the general plan not keep Columbia historic? So identifying specific goals, policies, or programs in the general plan to support your concern that you want to keep Columbia historic is very important. And the last one is my favorite comment that I got that I read in the last round was, I can read an EKG, but I can't read this EIR. So I get it. It's a complicated document. But by just telling me at the end of the 45-day comment period that you can read an EKG and not an EIR doesn't allow me and our staff to help you understand what you're confused about. So reach out to us so that we can try to educate and provide information to you prior to just submitting a comment that says, I don't understand what you're trying to do. The 45-day comment period is a report card. It's an opportunity for decision makers, affected agencies, and the public to give us a grade. And it's very, very important that grade is an informed grade. Much like voting, where we like to know what the issues are that we're voting on, especially today, being informed on the general plan when you're making a comment makes that comment much more valuable to staff. Don't spill it. There's several ways that people can get comments to us here at the county. One is via email. The other is via fax, our mailing address, or you can hand deliver it if you'd like. And during public comment periods that we have in future meetings, there will be an opportunity for the public to speak on those as well. So at this point, I'm happy to take any questions that you have. This is a picture, flash forwarding to December, of David and I finishing the race of the general plan. David is the general plan, and I am the EIR, and we will be holding hands as we cross the finish line in December, and we will have aged significantly by then. So happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Rutherford.
Just not a question, but a comment. Hopefully, the rewrite of the general plan will take care of that person that could read an EKG and not read our EIR. I think you all have done some really incredible work, and along with our county council and any number of other people on our staff, CAO's office and everything. So I'm pleased with where we're headed. We're not there yet, obviously. We still got to go through the race, right? But I think that, I hope that the public appreciates the new look of the general plan. They may not agree with all the stuff that's in it, but I hope they appreciate the effort that went into making it more presentable and more readable. And I want to thank you all for leading that effort.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, I really concur with that comment and hope that people will find that the document that is literally this and not this much easier to digest and read. But I appreciate this presentation, and actually I'm wondering if you can send us a copy of that as we speak to other groups, because I want to, being specific, we want the information, but you need to give us the detail so that it can be addressed and we can look at it. And that's so important. And so the more that people can do that when they make comments, because this board has been very clear, is that we are being open, we're being transparent, but just to make a general comment doesn't get us to an end place. So as the more specific people can be, and you highlighted that very clearly, it's going to assist us in being able to address it. And so I just would, hopefully the public is listening. And when we want the comments, we want the feedback, but we want you to give us some detail. So thank you for that.
Anyone else? Supervisor.
First of all, I want to thank you for all the hard work. It's been a long time coming, and we've all been anxious for this, and we're even more anxious for December. But my question is, are you going to reach out to the community any other way than just the public hearings here?
Thanks for the question. Yes, we are pulling together some key stakeholders that we want to get together just prior to the release of the general plan. Obviously, we can't give them a sneak peek or a preview of anything like that, but We do want to get together so that we can address some of the key highlights and the key changes that have occurred since the 2015 draft, just to make sure that not only is it an opportunity for us to present those changes to them, but also to get some feedback to make sure that we're on the right track. So yeah, there will be some in addition to the standard notification process, there will be some additional outreach, and we we will be also notifying, once we get to those public hearings, notifying those property owners that we notified. Most recently, I think we've referenced, we sent out over 4,000 letters to landowners who had property involved in the general plan update, and we will also do that again so that they have an opportunity to come and speak at public hearings if they choose to.
My point is, this is so important because we know we're going to live with it for a very long time. Suggest perhaps town hall meetings as a way to at least give the high level information. To really understand it, you got to read it. I know that, but at least get the high level information out, and I know the rest of the supervisors would be more than happy to help promote that. We want this done right.
If I may. David Gonzalez, I'm your Community Resource Agency Director, and I deliberately wanted Quincy to go through. This was her thought process on the food, and we've gone with this the whole time. We talk about cake and baking, and we put some nice hats on you guys in the last presentation. Thank you for
But she left chocolate out as one of the food groups.
No, that's Carlin's deal, but yeah. So the whole point of that was we're trying to have a little fun with this, but we are extremely serious about trying to make it easy for folks to understand. We're presenting things here. I wish there was a lot more people in this room. However, we are doing our best to reach out to those folks, advertise, to let folks know. We're happy to do larger meetings, but it will take a lot of your effort if we're going to fill the room. It's more personal to have a one-on-one and a group-specific type of meeting, which is the direction we're headed, because the folks that are actually going to engage, and we can engage with them one-on-one in a group setting like that, smaller, seems to be more effective in my experience. But we're happy to do both. We don't mind. We are willing to do that. We just want to make sure our time and efforts are focused on the right places to reach the right people. So we're happy to do that. I also want to go back to a discussion we had earlier today about community and bringing people together. What Liz Peterson and the group are doing about the forest management plan and those types of things, this is also our goal, is to bring people together. We heard and we listened to a lot more items that people thought they were opposed to, and policies and approach to our community. Those folks have a lot more in common than they realize. And our goal with this document was to make it more legible, maybe to folks be able to read and understand that, or discuss that with us so we can make sure this is about bringing a community together, about growing properly and in a safe and proper manner, but also about making sure community does grow and thrive. We talked about budget. This is tied to that economic development. We talked about housing, proper housing in the right place. We are not going to be the valley. It won't happen. It's not going to be here. The demographics are different. Our culture is different. And our financial state is different. However, the growth that we need, this document is key to making sure that that balance and all those people that think they're in disagreement read and understand that it's actually a unified approach, and actually it's more common than folks think. So our goal when we present this is hopefully they'll see that. And if we miss that mark, we hope we hear from them. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, in that same line, I've received a number of emails basically just say I'm against the general plan. And my comment back is I haven't seen it yet, so if you've seen it, then it's getting out there quicker, in a quicker way. But we need to get the general plan done, and then that's when we'll be able to really have some good discussion on what's in it. Because right now we're formulating it and trying to be as transparent, as Sherry said, as possible, letting everybody respond whatever way what they want. So anyway, thank you. Any public comment? I know a number of us board members have some lunch appointments, so I'd like to keep it to 2 minutes. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Carl.
No, if the public's ready, I'll wait. Okay. Since there's nobody.
No public comment? Okay. Wait a minute. We've got one. Okay.
Come on up.
Go.
Okay.
Come on.
I had a couple of questions, but I'll make my comment first. As far as I'm talking in regards to Stent area, there are a lot of people on Placer Street, Quartz Alley, right there in Jacksonville, that are not. They use their land in an agricultural way. The estate residential designation supports that. Moving that area to the low-density residential does not support that use of the land. In the descriptions in the 2015 explanation of those designations, that's specific. And a lot of us instant have that particular concern. So that's something that we want to make sure that we're able to voice our concerns and have control over how our land designation is changed or kept the same. And that's and that's something that a town hall meeting for us in Jamestown in that area is very important, so we can have that open dialogue. There are quite a few of us. Not all of us can be here during the week, during the middle of the day. A lot of us work. I'm here representing 3 people, and having these meetings at this time doesn't help.
Okay.
The meetings in our area would help. And so, I would like to know how we can be informed and door to door, not just sending out a mailer, door to door, talking. When the water line was put in, people went around speaking to people door to door. And that is like the best way to communicate to these communities that their land use designations may change. And I don't think mailers are adequate. And that's something that I think a lot of people are not becoming informed at the level that they need to be, because there's not a face-to-face.
All right. Thank you.
I want to say something. If I'm not mistaken, you can see a map of the proposed general plan. Is that correct? On the GIS? There's a link. So if you want to see it, you can, I think. Right?
Sure. On the Tuolumne County website, if you hover over the top right area, there it says scroll down, you can see a place that says GIS, which stands for Geographic Information Services. And the maps, the current maps and the proposed maps are there. There's also links to that GIS server from the planning homepage, which has a general plan update tab.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment? Carl?
Yeah, so I have 2 recommendations. I hope I can remember both of them. Okay. The first one is, I think there are some key communities, Stent's one of them, Columbia is another one, where I think a town hall meeting, and maybe Groveland, I don't know, I'll accede to my other supervisors, but I think a town hall meeting would be useful. Okay. I fully support your working one on few with some of the normal suspects, shall I say, in the general planning process. But I think that there are some communities and it would be useful. And the other thing is, I did remember it, is I would like to see that presentation and especially that slide in particular on the website someplace, where it's really highlighted about general plan process, okay? I think that would be useful as well.
Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and adjourn until 1:30. Thank you.
There you go.
Good afternoon. Call the meeting back to order. Would clerk please read our 1:30 appointment?
How about the 1:15 that we use the non-agenda, or you want to do the 1:30
Oh,
first?
let's do the first 131, which
Okay.
is Mr. Pedro's.
Okay. The non-agenda?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. It is consideration of authorizing the use of up to $100,000 in construction allowance funds for the additional scope of work related to the earthwork at the new jail project site.
All right, Ms. Frank, you going to take care of this?
I am. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. With me today is Will Wessel from Moss Construction Management. So I have a tale for you. I have some good news and I have some bad news. On the good news side, we've been very fortunate, and it hasn't been too much of a problem, but we have not had any significant rock out of the jail site, so that's really good news for us. The bad news, and the reason we're here today, and I appreciate your willingness to hear this as an urgency item, is that there's not enough dirt on this site. So as you know, construction started March 1st. Harris Construction Management has been out there since that time, and they have, as you know, got off to a little rainy start, but since that time have been working on grubbing and grading this site. In then mid-April or so, they have shifted now to start working on the final grading for the construction pad. In their analysis, as they started in on this work, they had a survey team go out and look at the dirt and look at the situation and what they needed to grade to. And in their analysis, they say that that we are 13,000 cubic yards of fill material short. At that time, they issued an RFI, a request for information, to the county team. The county team looked at that, and the county team being the architects, Lionakis, and all of their subconsultants, Moss Construction Management, and the Sheriff's Office, and myself, and reviewed what the request was and what they were looking for, went through our numbers again as far as what our civil engineer had, and proposed a solution to Harris Construction Management. And our solution was to go to the adjacent property, so the Justice Center, Justice Partners site, where the future home of probation, DA, and public defenders, and probably outside attorneys' offices will be, and take from that site. Now, as you remember, through the transit and the road extension project, that site was rough graded, or it was grubbed out, if you will. And so from that, the analysis from our civil engineer is that we could take almost 9,000 cubic yards from that site and move it down to the jail site to satisfy the fill material shortfall. We're still in dispute in regards to whether it's 13 cubic yards or 9. Our civil is saying that he really thinks it's 9, so that's something that we're going to be watching for. From this, we submitted to Harris Construction what's called an ASI, and that's an Architect's Supplemental Instructions. And with that, then, the construction company came back to us a week later with proposals for us. So on the second page of your board memo, there were 2 proposals submitted to us. One was, as we had instructed them, to take the dirt, or the fill material, from the Justice Center site. And their proposal, or cost for that work, was $707,001. If they were going to go to and import the material, the fill material, from a quarry, that cost was going to be $704,788. The county team at that time took those proposals and analyzed them and looked at it, went through the spec book, and really said, what are we looking at this point in time? And basically, if you go back to the specs, it specifically says the specifications call for the movement and processing of 47,065 cubic yards of material for this project. We're not asking the construction company to move any more than that amount. We have already paid for the movement of that amount. So
Yeah, we're not trucking it in.
right. So we don't understand why this proposal we're receiving at all. The equipment and the labor is already on site. It's been mobilized. So there's no mobilization, there's no demobilization above what we've already paid for and what the company has already bid. So in that, there's other discrepancies that are included in their proposal, but this is the one that, to us, is just so egregious we don't believe in. So the county team, the county team does realize that there will be some cost because now we've expanded, even though we have the dirt, it's all ready for them to move over. It's an adjacent site. Just move over to the next site. We will need to do some additional little work and stuff, and that's something after my presentation we'll go over with you as far as what needs to be done and the cost estimate that we associated with it. Attached to your board memo is a draft letter that, if upon your review and approval, will be sent to Harris Construction Company. The letter mentions our analysis of their two proposals that you had, and the required additional work and the impacts to the adjacent partner site. And it talks about that we think that the work and the change of scope that's listed in here that we've outlined for them to do in ASA 19 will cost the county approximately, or should cost the county approximately $75,000. So in order to move forward, staff is needing your authority to expend up to $100,000 in construction allowance. So as you might remember, when we bid out this project, we carefully put in $200,000 allowance. We thought we'd be using this for rocks, so we're using it for dirt. Of the $200,000, I would like the ability to use $100,000 of that construction allowance for this scope of work, and thus leaving me another $100,000 to use later on the project if anything else transpires. So with that, I'll turn it over to Will.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I don't know if you can hear me. There we go. Yes, my name is William Wessel. I work for Moss & Associates. We're construction managers on the project. The team looked at what had transpired and came to this conclusion that, in my words, it's not a cardinal change to the project, but there is some change to the project, and there is merit to change for the contractor. So my task really is, one, to look at how what is merited and what isn't. In some of the changes that we feel are merited, is there's going to be some economy of scale that's lost in transporting the material from the adjacent site, but that's minor. All the equipment's there, as Maureen had stated. But some of the impacts that are affecting the contractor is going to have to move some and relocate some construction fencing that was established, add some additional stormwater management mitigation steps that weren't incorporated in that parcel of property. There's going to be some additional instrument survey that they need to do for the new parcel of property. There's going to be some field survey that needs to be done. There's 2 levels of surveying. Temporary fence relocation, I already stated that, but restoration of the site, hydroseeding, grading, and restoring the what I call the borrow site to a stable state when the construction's done, pending any future development of that site. So those are the costs that I had tried to pin down. I had actually used the contractor's own figures and numbers instead of trying to extrapolate or lowball or anything like that numbers. So I just used their exact numbers for labor and quantities and things like that we had received in their proposal. I'd actually put, so there's always a little bit of risk in doing the analysis. So there's a little bit of contingency in that number as well. And in that number, I'd also figured by the off chance if the borrow site doesn't generate the 9,000 cubic yards that we're short, that we would inevitably have to truck in some engineered fill. So that number also includes around 1,600 yards, another 1,000 yards imported fill as another level of contingency and conservatism. So that's kind of how I got to the $75,000 number. I would recommend, my recommendation was, somewhere around the 100,000 on a not to proceed or a not to exceed type of basis.
So one thing with this solution, just to finish up, is, we're taking the Law and Justice Center Partners pad down to where it would be construction ready. So it's down to the level, so we're ready to build. When we are ready to build, we wouldn't have to pay these costs for someone to then come in and grade it down to this to start the project. So for us, as a team, we feel it's a very win-win situation. We were going to have to pay this money anyway. It's nice that it can be part of this other project.
One last thing. The proposed solution here also reduces some of the scope, the existing scope that we own. Now, will we get full credit for that scope? Unlikely, but we should get credit back for some retaining wall work, some less grading in the transition between the Justice Partners site and the jail site. But so that number of 75 includes some credit as well.
Yeah. First question is just going back to the cause of this. Where, and you said there's 9,000 is what we determined we actually need, but I heard the number 13 a couple times.
13,000 cubic yards is what Harris's subcontractor is saying that we would need on this site.
Yeah.
We have gone back to our civil engineer, and they have
gotcha.
double, triple checked and
They
said
say 9.
They're saying 9.
Gotcha.
So that's something that we, especially Will, that's his job to be out there watching the contractor and their subs as far as how they're utilizing the fill material on the site and how they're flopping it over for the building pad and making sure that there's no waste, or they're not just going to say, see, we need 13 when they really don't.
Have we looked at value engineer options, just balancing the site that's there? Is it feasible?
Yes, we did. So we looked at several options. We looked at taking the south side of the site. I don't know if you have orientation. We don't have any diagrams. But anyway, we looked at adjusting the grades. But the redesign work and the effort and the material that was already purchased, we felt that would be too disruptive in the time frame.
Schedule.
And schedule-wise, all the equipment's there. So one of the mitigating risk factors is the mobilization of all the equipment, the yellow iron that's sitting there on site. So if we delay the contractor,
You're still paying.
you're gonna pay
Yeah.
the delay cost.
What's the distance between the borrow site and the location it will be placed?
Approximately probably 600 yards. They have 2 end dumps on site that are currently transporting material from the screening operation.
So they'll truck it,
So they'll truck it from the north side, essentially, if you
a
have your
loader and a
diagram.
couple end dumps,
And it
or
needs to be-
excavator.
And it needs to be placed. They'll probably run I don't know how they'll do their work, but in dumps transporting it to the west side of the site from the north side.
Yeah.
If you have your little diagram, where the material needs to go is down by the pond or the MSC wall,
Yeah.
the west side of the site.
You guys are totally right. The numbers that they included would be if you were buying material and trucking it across the county and getting a premium.
Right.
So I think you're on point there. Hearing your explanation about balancing site, I think you're right there.
I'm sorry, but when we looked at that analysis, balancing the site or adjusting grades to what we had,
Yeah.
still making everything work, would have only generated 3,000 yards. So we still would have had a deficit. And we
You're
would have
still
had-
short with
we would
what
still been short.
flexibility you had.
Right.
And then the timing of having to go through and change all the documents and get approvals. Yeah.
Right.
I can imagine. And I'm glad to hear you talk about the credit portion of it and acknowledging the difference, because I deal with that a lot, and I know getting that out of contractors is difficult. You're our only defense against that, and you're the one that's going to interface with them, so just please represent us well and be as tough as you can.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other board comment? Any other board comment? Any public comment? Okay, bring it back board for action.
Move a recommendation.
We have a motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Rutherford. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Good job.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read the 1:30 appointment, the first one.
Okay. This is continued consideration of a public hearing, continued public hearing to consider determining the county's summary abatement actions on 18336 Main Street in Jamestown and satisfied the conditions listed in Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 1.10.230A and provides direction on the final abatement order.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing.
This actually is, it's a hearing, it is not a public
Not a
hearing.
public, all right, thank you. Mr. Oliver.
Chairman, members of the board, Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. And before we get into this, I do want to acknowledge any of the questions you may have. Yes, these glasses are too small for my head. Moving right along.
Who'd you borrow them from?
Well, no, they were a gift, so
Well,
I'm wearing them on
alternatively,
TV.
the head might be too large for the glasses.
That's very good. So, now that we got the fun out of the way, I just want to point out that before we get into this, we've had another request from the owner of the parcel to set aside this till the next board meeting. There apparently has been a death in his family, and he was requesting that we hear this at another time. If you wish to entertain that, this would be the time to do it.
This is the second time?
Correct, sir.
Yes. I see.
The property owner has an opportunity to be present, but his presence is not a requirement for your board to make a decision.
Didn't we delay this once before?
We
Yes.
delayed this, and we specifically said if you can't be here, send somebody else. I'd say move ahead.
Since this is my district, I agree.
Okay. All right, Mr.
Very good.
Oliver, go ahead and proceed.
Thanks, sir. So what we bring before you is a summary abatement action that was conducted August 17th through the 24th of 2017. Essentially, the summary abatement process allows the county to act to abate a nuisance in advance of any court order or formal administrative process. However, once we conducted that action, we have to come back and follow through with that administrative process to make sure that the board agrees that the need met the criteria of Section 1.10.230A. Specifically, there exists a violation which is of such a nature as to be an imminent threat to public health and safety, and if not abated, would, during the pendency of the proceedings, subject the public to potential harm of a serious nature. So the first part of this process was in the investigation, which began August 16th, where the code compliance investigator arrived to follow up on a complaint of substandard conditions, and he identified a handful of items that could potentially have risen to that level. And he requested that myself as the code compliance officer and environmental health director meet him on site on the 17th, which is when everything sort of kicked off. When we did investigate the site on the 17th, we found a handful of significant items that I want to read briefly off of the notice of summary abatement that we posted on the parcel that day. Specifically, lack of adequate weather protection. The metal roof material was falling off. In some cases, it had fallen off and blown into the street. Deteriorating porch roof structure. Deterioration of deck joists. Broken windows throughout. Unsecured door on the north side of the dwelling. It appeared that there were transients that had been moving in and out of the building and using it as a shelter. accumulation of garbage, rubbish, and debris, accumulation of human waste, failing and rotted roof on the carport, broken and missing steps on both stairways. So the key elements there in the significant risks to the public, if you're not aware, this structure is directly across the street from a dining establishment. The accumulation of the garbage, rubbish, essentially putrescible waste, and the human waste were a significant concern to the environmental health director. So at that time, we contacted the director of Community Resources Agency and the county council to get concurrence that this was an imminent nature and it needed to be corrected. Concurrence was met, and we began abatement August 19th, 2017, specifically to remove the immediate threats. So the abatement action was limited to removal of the garbage, rubbish, debris, removal of the unsecured roofing materials and vegetation in and around the structure that had grown up so high that you couldn't tell if people were moving in and out or not. In addition, I just lost my place, sorry. We also boarded up all the openings, not just the windows and doors, but there were a handful of openings and ventilation that was allowing access for people to break in, so we closed all those up as well and cleaned up the human waste issue. Prior to that cleanup, we attempted to contact the owner twice by phone. It appeared that we were being hung up on in both cases, so we moved forward with the cleanup. This carried on through until August 24th when the summary abatement action was completed. I'd like to direct your attention to the pictures that were provided as part of this packet. The first set of four were the outside conditions, identifying the overgrown brush, the deteriorated roof structures, the garbage, debris, other waste. And then moving on to the next, I believe, if this is in the right order, when we commenced the abatement, one of our primary safety features is having the sheriff's office sweep the interior of the building to ensure that we are not accidentally boarding anyone up who is hiding. So when the sheriff's office entered the building, we could see from the photos provided here that it was being occupied, it had been vandalized, and it was clear that there was no running water. That the interior, there's a few pictures here that aren't provided where we were able to make out that the point of entry was a large vent in the gable end of the building where they entered through the attic space and punched a hole through the ceiling to get in and open up the doors. So there was a significant amount of vandalism inside the building. But the key element here is that it was being occupied by people who were not the owners of the property or tenants. The following pictures, we have a copy of the posted notice that was posted the day of to identify that action was going to take place. And then the remaining pictures are the results of the abatement, identifying the cleanup of all the brush that was blocking view and improving the security, the boarding up of all the windows and doors, removal of the waste. Essentially, anything on the interior, any structural components other than what you see here were left in place. The very minimum that we could do to assure safety out of the International Property Maintenance Code is to secure the structure and remove the outside components as long as the structure is not in collapse. If it's boarded up and maintained in that state, it is technically considered made safe. At this time, are there any comments or questions?
Any questions from the board?
Just a clarification. So the intent is to secure the facility as it exists.
Well, this time we'd like to recommend that you...
Supervisor Rutherford had a question.
So the intent is to secure the facility as it exists.
That is correct. That was the make it safe and secure it from entry.
Yeah.
Can I just have one thing? There's in the memo, this is number 7. It says that the total cost of the county was $10,053.21, but the invoice that's in the packet is actually $10,300.71. So.
Okay, so which one do we use?
I think the $10,300.71.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Doug. Did you have?
Well, I was just going to comment that it is our recommendation at this time that the board make determination that the county's summary abatement actions satisfy the conditions listed in Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 1.10.230A and direct the code compliance officer to prepare a final abatement order for the chair's signature and to serve a demand for payment on the property owner for the abatement costs.
Okay, any public comment?
There. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sharon Marovich. I'm representing the Tuolumne Heritage Committee. I only found out about this about an hour and a half ago, so if I'm somewhat disorganized, I would encourage you to be a little lenient. Tuolumne Heritage Committee, based on my opinion, urges you to find that your building official has acted correctly in taking steps to protect this historic home from more damage. Known as the Nail or Mayer home, this building is actually eligible for the National Register of Historic Places based on 2 of the 4 criteria that the National Register has. The first criteria is that this home was built during our historic second gold rush, and as you know, you each received copies of the Tuolumne Heritage Publications' new book, All That Glittered. The home was built, we think, between 1903 and 1906. It's also eligible under the category of architecture. It's a charming place. It's at the northern entrance to historic Jamestown, which is also in your inventory, which was funded by Community Development Block Grant. And so please fight for Community Development Block grants if you ever hear that they might be reduced. And so also, too, the downtown is eligible for the National Register. Please give the property owner the leeway he needs to bring a successful conclusion to this situation, which may mean selling the historic home to someone who will fix it up. I had an opportunity to speak quickly with Doug, and it looks like that just might happen and that this might be a home that gets saved. The Tuolumne Heritage Committee believes in giving credit where credit is due, and Doug has certainly done his job and appears to be that the property owner means well also. As you know, last month you declared Preservation Month in Tuolumne County. Well, of course, it was Preservation Month in America. But here it's so important because it defines who we are as a people. It is also contributes to our economy and via heritage tourism. And fixer-uppers. This could be a fixer-upper that might even qualify as affordable housing. And, of course, we know that historic preservation does nothing but also help community pride. So Tuolumne Heritage Committee would like to acknowledge the efforts of Doug Oliver, our building official, and also encourage you to support Doug in granting the requests that he's asking you to do. Thank you.
Any more public comment? Oh, behind you.
Thank you, Board. Bill Pooley, Under Sheriff. I just want to publicly thank Doug and his team. This came about from a lot of complaints that we had, transits in and out, all the crime that was going on downtown, and I really appreciate what Doug did and took care of this promptly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
All right.
Do you get some more to say there, Doug?
If I may.
Yes. Go ahead.
Close the.
Go ahead. Close the loop.
So I just want to say this was a collaboration between the Sheriff's Department, our Facilities Department, our Code Enforcement Group, and multiple agencies, including our Attorney's Office. And this is how we get things done here. And I'm very proud of the team that went through and got something done. They did it in a short time frame. I believe the action we're taking today is appropriate and necessary to not only preserve an older home there, but also to make sure that this doesn't keep occurring in the neighborhood in a community that does not deserve that. So I'm imploring you to move forward with it, but also to recognize the effort of the groups that all put together. This is how we'll continue to get stuff done here.
Thank you. Any board comment?
Well, you're going to make a motion?
I am. Since it's in my district. First of all, thank you, Doug. And thanks to everybody that participated in this. It's really important that we do that. Thank you, Sharon, for your comments as well. This is there's a lot of potential in that building, but we need to protect the building apparently from lack of participation by the homeowner. Hopefully, this will get their attention. I don't like doing things in absentia of the property owner, but he had an opportunity to be here, and normally I would go out of my way to accommodate him, but you only get one pass. So I think this is really important. It's important to the community of Jamestown. It's important for the health and safety of the community and everything. And I hope that this is a model for more such actions where they're needed. So with that, I'll move on staff recommendation.
And I would like to second, and I would also just like to point out my appreciation to the team for being proactive. And also, this is a perfect example of what code compliance should focus on to me. This is the exact type of thing. Substandard housing, health and safety issues. You see a historical building that's being damaged, but most of all, it's just a blight. It's a blight on the whole local community down there, and anywhere in the county where you have these types of situations. Like I said, this is a perfect example of the priority for code compliance. So I appreciate what you're doing and just want to commend you, as everyone has.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, none, passes 5-0. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, will the clerk please read our next 1:30 appointment?
Consideration of providing staff direction on the structure for the commercial cannabis tax and related cannabis tax ordinance.
What's that? On this one.
What's the rest of your office doing, Counselor?
No idea how many hours this has taken.
Oh, I think I do.
You're outnumbered, dude.
There it is.
That looks warmed up.
All right, are you ready to go? All right.
Okay, well, good afternoon, members of the board, Sarah Carrillo, County Council. I'm here with my deputy, Chris Schmidt, my other deputy, Carlin Drivdahl, and then Liz Peterson from the CAO's office. Today, your board is presented with a draft commercial cannabis tax measure, ordinance, and preparation for placing such a measure on the ballot. So staff is seeking direction on some specific areas that were explained in the staff memo. We're going to delve into those shortly. However, as background, just want to explain that on February 13th of this year, your board directed staff to bring forward a commercial cannabis tax ordinance that could be placed on the November ballot. And your board wanted the tax measure to provide as much flexibility as possible because there are no commercial cannabis regulations in place. So a version of the draft ordinance was presented to the Finance Committee on May 29th, and the Finance Committee recommended the draft measure be brought to the full board. Subsequent to that meeting, my office revised the draft ordinance after hearing from the Finance Committee members and the public. We wanted to ensure that the ordinance was clear and easy to understand, but we also wanted to ensure that it was consistent with the state laws and regulations that were enacted as part of SB 94. That's the law that merged the commercial and medical cannabis laws together. So you have a redlined version of the draft ordinance that was presented to the Finance Committee, and then you've got the final version of the ordinance. So the proposed tax measure creates a business license tax that could be implemented should your board adopt commercial cannabis regulations. It would authorize your board to levy taxes on commercial cannabis business, but it does not, and I repeat, it does not create or authorize any commercial cannabis activities. So the proposed ordinance does not obligate your board to adopt any commercial cannabis regulations. It simply authorizes the ability to tax activities if your board later implements commercial cannabis business regulations. It also does not prevent your board from implementing any fees on businesses in order to obtain a license or a permit should regulations be adopted. The tax measure would be a general tax, and in order to be implemented, the voters would need to approve it by a majority vote. The revenues from the tax would be used for unrestricted general revenue purposes, including but not limited to public safety, health, environmental protection, and any other impacts associated with the cannabis industry. It's not a special tax. It's not intended for a specific purpose. So the ordinance is being brought forward right now because we have a deadline to place the ordinance on the November 2018 ballot of August 10th. So we have limited time. And as your board knows, the state is authorized to tax commercial cannabis activities per the Medicinal and Adult Use of Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act, MAL-CRSA. That's the same law that provided local taxing authority. The law authorized the state to implement a 15% excise tax on any retail sale by a cannabis retailer. It placed a cultivation tax rates of $9.25 per dry weight ounce for cannabis flowers and $2.75 per dry weight ounce for cannabis leaves. And it provided 5 categories of activities that can be licensed and taxed. That's cultivation, manufacturing, retail, distribution, and testing. Your board heard from consultant SCI about the different taxing methods. They are gross receipts, dollar amount per square foot, or a hybrid model. Gross receipts is calculated by the total amount the commercial cannabis business received from all sources during its annual accounting period without subtracting any costs or expenses. It's defined in the Revenue and Taxation Code. Dollar amount per square foot is pretty self-explanatory, and generally when it comes to cultivation, the cultivator would be licensed to operate and cultivate within a specific square foot area. So many jurisdictions tax based on that area, and amounts vary, may start out around $2 to $3 per square foot. Then there's the hybrid model that SCI recommended for use on cultivation, which is the tax would be based on either gross receipts or square footage, whichever is higher. SCI informed your board that for the 5 categories that can be taxed, gross receipts is the best model for all except for cultivation. When it comes to cultivation, they recommend the hybrid model because it provides the most stability and protection for the county, as there would always be a minimum revenue stream, and it also protects against crop loss. So the draft ordinance includes a range of rates from 0 to 15% for gross receipts or $0 to $15 per square foot for cultivation. The range of rates was recommended by SCI, and again, because there are no underlying commercial cannabis regulations, this broad range is intended to give your board the most flexibility as possible should you later adopt regulations. The range of rates allows your board to set an initial rate anywhere from 0 to 15% or $0 to $15. The draft ordinance allows your board to increase or decrease the rate without the need to return for another election, as long as your board does not set a rate that exceeds the maximum set in the ordinance. Further, the law allows your board to include an adjustment for inflation, such as consumer price index, when the tax rate is set forth as a specific dollar amount. So using the CPI would allow the rate to be adjusted without the need for another election. Again, that's only on the square footage. Therefore, if your board is interested in including a CPI for the square foot calculation, we would need to insert language necessary to accomplish that. And at the end of the presentation, we'll ask your board to give us more direction on rates and the CPI. When it comes to voter approval, the California Constitution requires that taxes be approved by the voters. And because the tax is a general tax, it can only be placed on the ballot during a general election. Therefore, your opportunity to place a general tax measure on an election is either for this November or in 2020. The government code sets forth requirements for information that must be presented in the ordinance or resolution calling for a tax ballot measure. It must include the type of tax, the rate of the tax to be levied, the method of collection, and the date upon which the election will be held. So the ordinance is being brought forward now because we have an August 10th deadline. That means by August 10th, your board has to adopt an ordinance via a first and second reading, pass a resolution calling for the election, and approve a question to be placed on the ballot. So today is the first step in the process. And then we have a question we will ask you all to provide direction on later. And it may seem like an odd question, but we would like to know if your board's interested in including language regarding collecting taxes on illegal businesses. We ask because there is an argument that taxing an illegal business may bring some legitimacy to it, but there's also the contra-argument that seeking taxes on illegal business may be another enforcement tool. So under the Revenue and Taxation Code, individuals or entities that operate illegally are still required to pay taxes. Paying taxes does not transition an illegal business to a legal business. However, under Malcursa, there's some inconsistent language between it and the Revenue and Taxation Code. So if your board is interested in having staff look into whether or not you would like to potentially collect taxes on illegal businesses, we need to do further research and bring you back a more clear answer at a future meeting. And I would ask Chris Schmidt to just give you a high-level overview of how this would apply in the TOT context, because we believe it would probably apply similarly to cannabis tax.
So in regards to transient occupancy tax collections, an operator of a hotel is required to register with the tax collector, and the hotel must collect taxes from the customers. As you can imagine, some hotels don't register with the tax collector. However, the TOT ordinance is broadly drafted so that the TOT is collectible even from unregistered hotels, and the tax collector does do so, and the operator is liable to pay whether or not they collected the TOT from the customer. So this ordinance may apply similarly, and that's something that we'll later in the presentation ask your guidance on. So moving on to tax administration and collection, I'll briefly walk us through the ordinance from license to collection. First, before a commercial activity commences, a cannabis business must obtain a license from both the state and the county. Which county department issues licenses will be subject to future commercial regulation. However, for cannabis business taxation, the treasurer tax collector is responsible to administer this proposed ordinance. Whichever county department issues licenses and has first contact with the potential taxpayers would probably be the best department to inform the licensee of the county tax obligations. Liability to pay the tax begins when a cannabis business commences commercial activity. For this reason, it is important to obtain a license and to know the tax obligations prior to engaging in commercial activities. When we say liability, that includes payment of the tax, and in cases of delinquency, payment of penalties and interest. And with most tax obligations, the liability can also entail civil action against the taxpayer and potential misdemeanor criminal prosecution for evading taxes. So with regard to tax reporting and payment, once a license is obtained and commercial activity begins, the tax is imposed on an annual basis to the county's, according to the county's fiscal year. That's beginning July 1 and ending June 30th. The tax is collected quarterly with due dates as reflected on this slide. If those due dates happen to fall on a weekend or a holiday, the due date extends to the next day that the county is open for business. On the due date, the tax collector must receive two things. First, the quarterly payment, which includes all taxes due and any penalties and interest that might also apply. And two, the taxpayer's statement, which contains sufficient information for the tax collector to confirm that the payment is accurate. The forms themselves will be adopted when the ordinance comes into effect and after your board authorizes commercial regulations. It won't come into effect until that time. Here, there's broad flexibility for the tax collector to develop adopt and implement any regulation or forms to make for an orderly tax collection process. But it should be noted, like our transient occupancy tax, there is no requirement for the tax collector to bill or notice the taxpayer. For cannabis businesses, they're charged with the burden of knowing the ordinance and the requirements to pay and report on time. So now we get into the unfortunate situations that the ordinance will deal with. Delinquency is the first one, and as we know, this occurs when somebody doesn't pay the tax or the tax collector receives it after the due date. If that happens, the tax remains due, of course, but interest and penalties are imposed. The penalty rate is 25% as proposed in this draft. The interest rate is 1.5% per month, which happens to be the same interest rate that's applied to other overdue taxes and assessments. And if you're wondering, that amounts to 18% per year. If the delinquency continues for more than a month, it gets worse for the taxpayer. Another 25% penalty is tacked in addition to the first penalty, and 1.5% interest per month applies to that also. So effectively, if the delinquency is more than a month, that's a 50% penalty plus interest on each. If a taxpayer engages in fraud, for example, if they report something intentionally wrong on their statement and the taxpayer relies on it to their detriment, that could be fraud. And yet another 25% penalty would be added to that with interest at the same rate. I should emphasize penalty rates of between 10 and 25% are consistent with our existing TOT penalty and that of other county cannabis tax ordinances. And 25% was included in this draft only as an example. Later in the presentation, we will be looking for your board's input on those rates also. Refunds. For cases where we may have collected a little too much, a claim would be available for a refund, and this would avoid unjust application of the tax ordinance. To request a refund, the taxpayer must submit a claim form to the tax collector, and it must be submitted within 1 year of the date the taxes are due and payable. And it would only be granted in limited circumstances, and that includes overpayment, duplicate payments, or when payment is erroneously collected or received. Closure of a business is not an excuse to grant a refund. Beyond these reasons, there is no authority to waive or refund taxes, penalties, or interest for amounts that are paid to the county already. For cases where the tax collector realizes they did not collect enough from a taxpayer, there is a deficiency assessment. Deficiency assessment could be applied within 3 years after the taxes are due and payable. And if a deficiency is determined by the tax collector, he or she would mail notice to the cannabis business. The business then has a choice to either pay the deficiency or appeal the notice to the tax collector's office within 10 days of the notice. If appealed, the tax collector would then hold a department hearing, and after the hearing, make a decision. If a taxpayer is still not satisfied with the tax collector's decision, the matter may be appealed to your board, and I'll describe that shortly. For situations where the tax collector wants to delve a little deeper into the details, an audit gives the tax collector some ability to look further to ensure that reported tax information is complete and accurate, or to substantiate a refund claim. And this is an ability to audit or examine a cannabis business's books, records, or equipment upon reasonable notice. The scope of the examination extends to whatever records are necessary to determine the amount of tax due. This may also include review of a business's state or federal tax returns. Cannabis businesses are obligated to keep their records for at least 3 years, and this is the same period as the tax assessment timelines. If a taxpayer disagrees with the tax collector, any decision of the tax collector can be appealed to the Board of Supervisors. The taxpayer may file a written notice of appeal with the clerk of your board within 15 days of the tax collector's determination or action. A fee may also be paid to file an appeal, but only if your board adopts such a fee when you implement any future commercial regulations. Once a notice of appeal is filed with the board clerk, a hearing would be scheduled, and after a hearing, your board's decision would be final as to any further county action. The only recourse available to a taxpayer at that point would be to file a writ in the Superior Court to overturn your decision. Once a tax is final and not subject to appeal, all amounts due under this ordinance may be enforced by the tax collector. The ordinance is drafted broadly to authorize any collections process that staff feels would be most efficient to collect the tax, but generally it includes 3 options: a lien process, civil action, or a criminal prosecution. First, the most noteworthy is the lien process. This allows the tax collector to record a notice of lien or a certificate of lien in the recorder's office. This certificate acts as a judgment against the debtor, which may be used to seize assets of the debtor, liquidate them, and pay the debt. Recording the certificate acts as notice to the world that this debt exists against the taxpayer, which makes it much less likely that assets could be transferred out of the taxpayer's name, especially if they use an escrow service. As mentioned earlier, the ordinance also allows for civil action and criminal prosecution. But the lien process is administrative. It's much more time effective than a civil action, and this is also consistent with the procedures for TOT collection. So it's most likely that the administrative process would be used. Finally, this ordinance is drafted broadly to allow any amendments as long as it does not impose a new tax or increase a tax beyond what the voters previously approved. So your board, upon developing regulations permitting commercial operations, could set an initial tax rate at that time by further ordinance. It could change the rate anywhere within the voter-approved range. Exemptions could be revised, procedures could be changed, and as long as it doesn't cross the line to increase a tax. As mentioned, at the department level, the tax collector can always develop any regulation or form consistent with this ordinance. I'll pass this back to Ms. Carrillo.
Okay, so that's the end of our presentation, and now we just have some decision points that we need direction from your board on what you would like to do.
Okay, would the board like to hear public comment first? All right, so I'll take public comment on this. I just want to make sure that we stick to the agenda. We're talking about a tax. We're not talking about whether we're going to initiate a program for commercial growth. So please, public, 2 minutes and come forward if you wish to speak.
My name is David Peters. Been here before several times. It seems to me that the taxation issue is a confusing issue to the public, and that it would confuse the public in regards to whether the use of marijuana or the commercial use of marijuana is already being accepted by the board and by the county, and therefore this taxation is just an afterthought. And I know that it can try to be explained in a ballot or whatever, but the average person is not going to read that, and they're going to assume that, well, since they're talking about taxation, it must be okay. They must be okay with commercial marijuana, and that'd be a foregone conclusion. And I would like to think that the board would be able to put this, or just get rid of it altogether and save the time and effort of the staff in doing all these procedures, considering that should this continue, that there is going to be a huge fight involved in commercial marijuana, in regards to commercial marijuana, that is not going to be as casual and placid as it has been in the past, because people are going to draw the line, especially at cultivation, but in regards to any commercial use of marijuana. The city of Sonora is already reviewing two applications for dispensaries in the city of Sonora. They've already decided to hand their city over to the marijuana industry, and they're going to allow processing, even with volatile chemicals, in the city of Sonora. It's not necessary for the county to do that and compete with the city of Sonora. So I would recommend that the board not vote on this, or at least exclude cultivation and certain issues of commercial marijuana from this taxation consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? And again, we're talking about the tax issue.
I understand. And I'm Bob Kirk, and that is the theme of my discussion here. During the process of developing the recreational marijuana ordinance, it seemed like decisions about the ordinance were made in a vacuum with respect to cost. As a result, user fees only cover 25% of the ongoing cost associated with the ordinance. This means 75% of the cost burden will be borne by taxpayers. This will eventually mean higher tax rates or cuts in services or both. Turning to development of a taxation ballot measure for commercial marijuana taxation, the same reversed process is being followed. Before we talk about taxation, we should talk about the costs associated with allowing commercial marijuana operations. That way we can know if the tax revenue will even cover the costs. What are the costs? Think about increased enforcement, increased crime, damage to the environment, etc. Have the SCI consultants outlined the cost? I reviewed SCI's materials from their presentation in February, and I can find nothing about the costs. What is the benefit of spending money on a consultant if they only tell you about the income side and don't explain the expense or cost side? The data shows that cost to society of commercial marijuana operations exceeds the tax revenues by a factor of 10. Maybe this has something to do with why only 35% of the counties in Colorado and only 9 counties in California permit full commercial marijuana cultivation. Any ballot measure must be transparently worded such that allowing or not allowing marijuana cultivation is separate and distinct from taxing or not taxing commercial marijuana. And it must clearly describe the expected income and expense. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Board, Anaya Kirk. Is it still a federal violation to cultivate and distribute marijuana?
It's still illegal under federal law.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Who would like to go first? Go ahead.
First of all, my first concern is putting this on the ballot in November. We talked about that a little bit at the Finance Committee meeting. The expectation is that ballot is going to be very, very full and complicated, and making it clear. A little worried about ballot fatigue with the voters, but making it very clear, clearly worded and communicated what it is we're doing. The whole marijuana issue we've discussed a number of times, and many of the issues remain for me. But in the case of just taxing, I am a little concerned about the discussion there on collecting deficiency. Someone becomes delinquent. How do we manage that? I mean, I can clearly see that the delinquency or the can become a very high price thing, and ever collecting the money becomes a problem. So I'm just looking at if you're going to make something work, how do you make it work? I mean, can you get these people to bond against their tax liability and make sure they're paid within some period of the shipment, or maybe even paid before? I don't know. Can we shut down the operation until taxes are current? Kinds of things. The other one on the election issue, I'm really concerned about outside money coming in, marijuana money to promote this. Everybody tells me this is a prime area. It's better than the Valley for growing marijuana, and I go, really? I'm surprised at that. I agree with the last speaker. I don't have any idea what the costs are, but I know that we're already dealing with illicit grows. And by the way, I believe that if we, in enforcement, we ought to add illicit grows, they ought to pay their taxes, if in fact we implement taxes anywhere along the line. But I'm looking at your list up there. So collecting tax and illegal business. By the way, I want to thank you for getting the rates in here. I don't know if the public can see these things, but I asked about getting the rates that other states charge, and I think it's very interesting because it's kind of all over the map. Washington charges 37% sales tax, which must mean on the retail side only. They must not charge the other entities. I'm not sure. Oregon charges 17% sales tax. I'm just reading this so the public knows. Nevada charges 15% excise tax and 10% sales tax. Colorado charges 15% excise tax, 15% sales tax. Alaska charges $50 an ounce. And California currently is at 15% sales tax, $9.25 per ounce for flowers and $2.75 for the leaves. One of the things that has come out recently is that California is thinking about adjusting its rates down because they aren't getting the expected revenue. And that becomes an issue when your costs aren't there. And of course, California is promoting this as some panacea for solution to future revenue problems, I guess. I don't know what they're doing. I'm just very concerned that we have enough information to make this a logical decision. Ranges are important, but when it comes to doing it, I do not want to be listed as promoting commercialization of marijuana because we're putting this on the ballot, if that's what we're going to do. So these are all concerns, and I'm not real comfortable that we're there at doing it. I realize the August 7th deadline is approaching, and we haven't got a lot of margin in terms of making that decision. But those are just some of the concerns I got for now.
I think staff did a great job. The recommendation gives us the flexibility that we requested. And as you stated, this doesn't obligate us one way or another. It just gives this board the taxing authority for the future. If they need to reduce the rate, they can always do that. But if they don't do this, they never have the option. And I think it's just another forum for people to hash this issue out and give the community more of a voice. So I think what you're doing is fine.
You know, the last thing that illegal growers want is legal commercial growing that's taxed. It's obvious from what I've read that the illegal growth of growing of marijuana has escalated since it's become legal. To think that we're going to protect everyone from getting marijuana by saying we're not going to tax it or we're not going to let it grow is not reality. It's being growing everywhere in the rural areas. We know that. We have some good enforcement things going on right now. The illegal grower does not want a tax in place. That's that simple. Or regulation. It takes money out of his pocket. So if you can figure out a way to stop the illegal grower with money that we don't have, let me know. But I think, staff, you've done a good job. I sat through this presentation during the Finance Committee. I believe you've covered the points and the concerns that we have. If we don't do something, we're 2 years down the line of doing anything should it become legal to grow cannabis commercially in this county. I don't know where that's going. I just know that there's a lot of illegal out there, and it is somewhat out of control. Anyone else?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and members of the public. I'm kind of two minds on this. One mind obviously says if you're at some point in the future going to allow any kind of commercial activity, you need to be able to tax it. And this is our last opportunity until November of 2020 to put something in place to do that. On the other hand, I just saw a couple of weeks ago, the governor of Colorado came out and he listed about, 5 or 6 statistics and trends that were going on in the state of Colorado. And although he acknowledged that he could not inextricably link any one of those trends to legalize marijuana, he did make the statement that if those trends continue in the direction they're going, that he's going to push for recriminalization of marijuana. So, we're not talking at all today about legalizing any commercial activity in Tuolumne County. Certainly, I would never vote, in my wildest imagination, I would never vote to legalize any commercial activity in Tuolumne County if we couldn't tax it. I'm not sure I would vote for it, even if we could tax it. But certainly, if we couldn't tax it, I wouldn't vote for it. But I do think it's important to have a tax framework in place, because I can't tell you what's going to happen. We've got 2 board seats up for election, and so I don't know what the makeup of this board's going to look like next year, and I certainly don't know what the makeup of the board is going to look like 4 years from now. So I think it's probably important that we have some kind of a tax framework in place in the event that some kind of commercial activity is foreseen at some point in the future. But on the other hand, I kind of like, if there isn't one, then that kind of takes the decision out of my hands. So anyway, I want to thank staff, because clearly you've answered the mail from the board. I know it was a lot of work. Again, right now I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to vote on this thing. But I think Bottom line is, I think we need to probably need to have a tax structure in place. So that's kind of how I'm leaning now.
Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, I really don't like being a fence straddler, and I find myself really straddling this fence. Couple of things. I agree with what Supervisor Rotifer just said, and actually I read the same report from the governor of Colorado, and I want to be clear that I haven't seen any evidence that, when we have the conversations and they have somewhat subsided, that a tax is going to generate additional revenue for counties. That argument is somewhat subsided because the county or the states that have been doing it the longest just haven't seen that pan out yet. And what it does is augments the cost of having a commercial program in place. I'm very concerned about the timing of this because I agree with the sentiments, again, that Supervisor Rotifer made about having a structure in place, a framework, but we're talking about the need for revenue generation in Tuolumne County, and our next item is going to address that. And I'm very concerned about having both of these pieces, or the potential of having both of these pieces on the same ballot. And I'm looking at one as being somewhat reacting to a potential commercial problem, whether it's environmental enforcement, and the other as answering what some of, again, we keep talking about what are we going to do with regards to revenue. And so I really find myself at this point in time conflicted. And like I said, I don't like straddling a fence, but I'm sitting right on top of it at this moment.
I do have one more thought, and that is one advantage of having a tax structure in place is the ability to tax on the illegal businesses. And I think that although they're not likely to pay it, and they're probably going to skip on us, I think that gives our enforcement some teeth, even if we don't have any commercial activity approved. And it is another way to perhaps, like I said, most of them are going to skip on us. They wouldn't be illegal to begin with, but we may be able to get some money out of that. So
maybe we can take their property.
And we can take the property, yep.
Supervisor
Yeah, a couple more thoughts are, one is there's a feeling that California may be taxing it at such a level that we're driving it underground. There is a back underground. There's a feeling that that's what you do when you tax it, and I'm not sure there's any money left for Tuolumne County if we were to do that. And then you triggered a thought in my mind, Supervisor Gray, about using it as an enforcement tool. At least that's what I thought you said, in terms of illegal grows being able to tax them and kind of thing. But I'm not sure I want to go to commercialization. The city is I understand, is looking at medicinal marijuana, and that solves a problem where I have some sympathy with people. But I don't think we have to go there. And the final thing is I go back to the thing I've said 100 times if I've said it once, and that is I'm worried about the increased availability to children, and that really bothers me. I'm just not ready to sign up for this and a path to commercialization.
Okay, so where we're at right now with the agenda is on the issue of whether we're going to put a ballot measure forward to tax commercial marijuana, which we are not allowing to happen right now. So bring it back to the board. We've had public comment. What's your pleasure? Looking for some sort of direction here, either go forward or go backwards.
Move on staff recommendation.
Okay. And I'll
So let me just be clear here. We don't really have a recommendation.
Yeah, I
but
was just-
what we have is proposed in the ordinance. So just to talk about the tax rate ranges, it's 0 to 15% for gross receipts, $0 to $15 per square foot. If that's good, we'll leave that as is in the draft ordinance. So can we get direction on that piece?
Yes.
What you presented is what I'm
Okay.
moving.
Okay. So then the other thing, we want to just make sure you're good. The collection on the illegal businesses, we need to do more research. So I'm taking it you want us to do that. We will do
Yes.
that. We'll bring that back to you.
Yes.
Okay.
So you don't need a motion from us?
It sounds like you also liked the 25% penalty, and you also liked a CPI. Okay, so I think we have the direction that we need, and our plan is to bring something back to you on the 19th.
All right. Is that enough?
That's all we need.
Okay. All right. Then we don't need a motion. You just need
We
the
just
direction.
need a direction. So
Okay.
the plan would be to bring you back that ordinance with the CPI included in it, a discussion about collecting on illegal business. So the question is, do you want that to be the first reading of the ordinance, or do you want that to wait until July?
What-
So you'll have a first and a second reading.
Go ahead, Supervisor Russ.
My inclination would be make that a first reading. That way we have time to correct something and bring it back for a second reading of a first reading. Is that,
All right.
You've tracked that? Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
And if there's a way to incorporate taxes on illegal businesses, I'd like to see.
That would be
If that's going
good,
to be a first
yeah.
reading, I'd like to see that. Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Will the clerk please read our next 130?
This is a presentation on the possible tax measures to support county services and consideration of direction to staff.
Okay, you ready?
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this item has, I've titled it as a study session on a possible tax measure to support county services. But having said that, it is also agendized, if you wanted to give staff direction to anything from research to send things back to the Finance Committee to go ahead and start work on a potential ballot measure, we could do that today as well. But before going into the guts of this thing, again, background, for years, we've done multi-year budget forecasting, just looking at where our existing revenues and expenses might lead us. That has been very helpful, particularly going through the Great Recession. And it did indeed influence many management decisions. In part, that's where the Economic Development Authority came from. That's where things like our TOT increase in 2010, came from, and a number of other actions. But when at this year's planning retreat, the board said, let's step it up a notch, and rather than just have these forecasts, let's go ahead and start treating our multi-year budget forecast as a time where we can actually try to exercise multi-year budgeting. So we take those forecasts, and to the extent that they have potential deficits projected in them, is actually just look at what expenditure decreases and or what revenue increases might we look at in order to bring these things into balance looking forward. And thus, when you adopted your 2018 board goals this year, you included a new goal that stated that we were to develop a multi-year funding plan in conjunction with multi-year budget forecasts. And so this isn't the funding plan. This is just one of the legs of it that I was asked to bring forward. So before we talk about any kind of a possible taxation, why? What's the need to even consider increased revenue options? And the new goal that the board approved just reflected your concern that increasing costs on things like our labor agreements, our ever-increasing PERS costs, operational costs for new things such as the jail, et cetera, will outpace increases in our local revenues and potentially cause structural deficits in future years. We had great concern going into this fiscal year, again, with deficits ranging from 3.5 to 5.8. million, but we know that we now have that tentative balance in our tentative recommended budget. However, even with that said, looking at our projections for fiscal 1920 and 2021, we have annual deficits that could range between 1.4 to 2.3. I think it is, 1.4 to 2.3 million, annually. Further, we also have our fire and EMS study that is out and should be wrapping up at the end of this month. We hope to present that to you in July. Prior studies have certainly shown shortfalls in trying to properly fund our fire services and first response systems, ambulance, and so forth. But prior studies have said that we're short in that realm. Some members have also pointed out that it's an opportunity to secure additional state and federal funding by being what's called a self-help, county, where we can be rewarded by raising our own dollars locally that we can match up with state or federal dollars and actually bring more money to Tuolumne County. And this is most commonly found in the world of road construction and road maintenance. So some is looking at it from an austerity standpoint, another is an opportunity standpoint as to why you might do that. So again, one component of our multi-year funding plan is to look at revenue enhancements. Today is to talk about one leg of that, which is potential tax measures that your board may wish to explore. And again, this was discussed at the Finance Committee meeting last week as well. There was no conclusion or recommendation. There's some good discussion that happened. The consensus was just to bring it back and have the dialogue with the full board. So let me just start off by mentioning, this is kind of elementary for some, but for those that aren't aware of the differences, what's a general tax versus a special tax? And in the staff memo, and anyone who doesn't have it, there's copies of the staff memo sitting on the back table. But a general tax is a tax levy that offers no special benefit to the taxpayer other than to support general governmental programs and services, contrasted to a special tax, which is a tax levied to fund a particular governmental service or project. And that could be anything from public safety to roads to parks and recreation, libraries. The point is it's for something specific that makes it a special tax. A general tax, when can you consider such a tax? Only during general elections. A special tax, however, you can consider that at general elections or in special elections. And the vote requirement for a general tax is a simple majority of those voting, where a special tax has to be passed by 2/3 of those voting. And it was something we talked about at Finance Committee. Your board has discussed this before. There is planned a ballot measure for November that, if passed by the voters of the state, would make any tax vote, whether it fits the definition of general, special, that any tax would require a 2/3 supermajority vote. And from that, if we were thinking about any kind of a tax, whether general or special, probably would be well advised to just plan on knowing we'd have to meet that 2/3 standard, but we won't know that until that ballot measure appears on the ballot and people actually vote on it. But two-third supermajority is indeed a high bar. So if you were to put something on the ballot, it'd have to be for a very compelling reason that could be supported by others in the run-up to such an election. So two of the most common forms of local taxation are sales taxes and transient occupancy taxes, or otherwise known as the TOT. And the staff report talks about a sales tax. People generally know it, but just to say it, it's a tax levied on the sale of goods and services that is usually calculated as a percentage of the purchase price and collected by the seller. Where a TOT is a tax levied to travelers when they rent accommodations in a hotel, inn, tourist home, or house, motel, or other lodging, unless the stay is for a period of 30 days or more. The tax is to be collected at the time that payment is made for the accommodation, and it is then remitted by the lodging operator to the city or county. So these have been core revenues to Tuolumne County with changes that have been made. Well, let me just mention on sales tax first. We are at the minimum level of a sales tax in the state of California. In the next chart, it does talk about if we were to consider a sales tax. You know, put some numbers in there for a half cent sales tax. What was the magic of a half-cent sales tax increase? Is it would then match us with what the city of Sonora has and what many other jurisdictions have. The TOT has been very effective. We're an attractive area to come visit. The increases that that the voters approved back in 2010, coupled with expansion of lodging opportunities, and would argue with more effective marketing of us as Tuolumne County's destination to come to, have seen our TOT has nearly tripled, since 2010. It now is on par with our sales tax. I don't know if you ever tracked that, but it's almost tripled, and now is on par with our sales tax. It's close. It's just under $5 million a year. Yeah, it's 4 something. I don't have it off the top of my head. So how much money could be raised by these different options under the half-cent sales tax in the chart? I'll start on the right and come back left. A full year of a half-cent sales tax, asked Deb just to confirm that was reasonable, and she said it was, is about $2 million is what would be raised just if it were raised, sales tax was raised just in the unincorporated area of the county, so it excludes the city. Half year, if you just took a meat cleaver to it, and it's never that simple, so that would say about a half a year of that. Why do we even put that in there? Let's just say something was on the November ballot, and it took effect, January. You expect something like $1 million collected in the second half of next fiscal year, and the subsequent year, looking at a full $2 million. In the case of a TOT, if we just took a 2% increase, and this assumes that we get the 2% increase, we take away the 25% that we now give to the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau, and we give it to them. So this is a net number. Half a year, $370,000 a year. Full year, $740,000 a year. Something else that we had been asked to look at and actually attempted on behalf of the Lodging Association was we pursued in 2010 an expansion of the TOT, not the amount, but the footprint upon which it gets charged, and to include charging TOT on campgrounds and RV parks. At that point, we also, on the 2012 ballot, we also had asked that it be placed on, the boats. Houseboats, to only find out that we couldn't do that. But that caused a lot of consternation in the run-up to the election. There was strong opposition at that time from some RV parks, and folks that had opposed the application to TOT on campgrounds in prior times stayed kind of quiet until the very end, and then they said they endorsed it. So it was kind of a mixed message out in the community, but we were not successful in that. In the passage of the expansion of the TOT footprint, I think in part it was just a confusion. We didn't really have strong, consistent, uniform support out in the community.
Can I ask a question? Is that on public campgrounds also?
Yes.
So
this would be like up in the Forest Service, absolutely.
Okay. Yes.
So someone that was involved in an election at the same time, and that became a campaign issue. The issue with the houseboats really muddied the waters because we didn't look like we knew what we were talking about when we were expanding it to something that we legally could not do. Right. So I think that had an impact. I don't know how much.
Right. Well, and just to say, when we went out the first time for the 2% increase in 2010, something that we just, it's a fact, is that this is going to be, TOT is paid primarily on those who come to visit Tuolumne County. We do have some folks, like I'll take my family up and go camping up at Clark's Fork or whatever, but it's primarily people that come into the county, that use our lodging opportunities. And those folks also have impacts on our services. So it only makes sense, that we ask them to contribute to offset the cost of services. And that can be everything from roads to law enforcement. They use our libraries, believe it or not. They come up and use our recreational facilities and so forth. They really do use a lot of our services, search and rescue. So it's a little bit of the good and the bad that comes with tourism. But it was kind of a fairness issue to make sure that we're recouping money to offset the cost from those who do come and visit Tuolumne County. Sales tax gets a little more touchy because then folks say, well, geez, that's what if I'm on a fixed income and I'm buying things at the store that I need and I'm getting taxed on them. It's not a discretionary purchase, like a new fancy widget. They're concerned about being taxed on some things that they need just to live. One other form of this is just information. There's one other form of taxation that was mentioned at last week's Finance Committee meeting, and that was a parcel tax. A parcel tax is also considered a special tax that may be imposed by local government. A parcel tax is a form of real estate tax that is not directly based on property value. So it can be a fixed rate on all parcels. It can be a varied rate. Some parcels pay and other parcels don't. It depends on what the purpose of it is, and there's equity things you need to consider in establishing a parcel tax. But if you wanted to pursue a parcel tax, and I'm glad someone brought it up, it's certainly an option. More information would definitely need to be gathered on this type of an option if the board so desires it. But just point out that the amount of a parcel tax and the revenues generated will vary depending on the design that your board has. Why are we doing it, and how are you going to try to apply it? It's much more complicated and will take quite a bit of thought. I'm not trying to poo-poo it. I'm just saying it's not as straightforward as something like a TOT or a sales tax. So having said all that, of course, the decision needs to be made. What would you want what would you consider by way of a form of taxation? What kind of rate would you might be interested in its use? So assuming you decide, we think we want to do this and put something before the voters, then when? When would you take something to the voters? Anything to be placed on the November 6th general election, we just had the discussion. It's like we really need to have direction, now. But should your board desire to place something on the ballot, staff would need direction from the board as to the type, purpose, and rate of tax as soon as possible. I mentioned it here conceivably. I think we could get something together if that were the direction. I'm not trying to push. I'm just saying if you wanted to pursue something, because we have examples from prior elections like the TOT, expansion of the footprint, increasing the percent. Sales tax is a little more straightforward. We could probably get something like that if we had direction ready and have it before you in time to place it on the November 6th ballot. But some concerns shared at last week's Finance Committee. Some have already come up in the prior discussion. Would there be enough time to mount a campaign in support of a passage of such a measure? We'd have to, again, make the case for the need. And while we can, as county government and your employees, we can certainly go and speak and provide information, we certainly can't campaign using tax dollars and time for a tax measure. Others would typically do it. An example, when we did the TOT, that was embraced by the Lodging Association, the Visitors Bureau, the Chamber of Commerce, the Business Council, all came out in support, of the TOT. So they carried the message, to the voters. What would such a measure be doomed to failure given the high number of measures expected to appear on the ballot? The voter fatigue that Supervisor Handvelt mentioned. Is it worth the time and the effort on this particular ballot, given everything that's on there? There's just going to be a number of people that would vote no just because I'm confused, I'm frustrated, and they're not going to give it the due consideration. And then lastly, proceeding with development of a tax measure at this time would preclude consideration of the soon-to-be-released fire and EMS study. Would you want to consider that? And part of that speaks to need, and it also speaks to the purpose of the tax. We talked about that at finance a little bit. It could be a general tax, be it TOT or sales tax, just to support the operations of county government. It could be a public safety tax with emphasis on all of your public safety departments, be it law enforcement, fire, district attorney, so forth. It could be a public safety tax. Put out there when we discussed this before. Another way to go might be to direct it towards supporting recreation and libraries. These are folks that fight for every dollar they can get. It's hard for libraries and rec to compete against your number one priority being public safety. But if the voters found that something that they would support, that would give libraries and rec their own base funding source, where they could plan on a revenue source, so they would be sustainable moving forward and be able to grow as that revenue source grew, and potentially provide some relief to the rest of the general fund, and also be in a sideways or backways manner supporting public safety and other priorities.
What is libraries, say libraries and recreation? I should know this from this morning, but what is that general fund?
Their combined general fund support is somewhere around $2.5 million. It's close to that. And we certainly want to, if we went that direction, certainly want to say, okay, there's this $2 million source, that's all you get. Otherwise, then you'd be cutting.
Just wondering, about.
It's very close.
The balance, yeah.
It's very close. But that's, a timing consideration with the November ballot looking at us. The question came up about special elections, what's the cost? And Debbie gave us her rule of thumb, about $75,000-ish. What it would cost to do that. Not horrible, but usually when sometimes you'll hear if you do a special election, well, geez, look at the cost of this thing, and that's a negative unto itself. But just saying. But then if you want to talk about it on another general election, your 2020 primary general elections, that's a long ways off. It wouldn't help anything in the near term. And I think the primary, they moved it up to March 3rd of 2020, general election November 3rd, 2020. So that's just some informational, items. Again, this stems back to your board discussions. Let's look at the full picture and all the options before us. Let's look not just here and today, let's look to the future. And a tax measure is one tool that your board could consider in order to support the needs of your local government. So that is the end of my presentation, and ready for any questions.
Okay, bring it back to the board, or would like to hear public comment first?
I'd like to hear public comment, but I do have a question first, and where our county council go?
She's in the back. She's hiding in the back.
Hiding way in the back. She's afraid she's going to spill something.
I assume that...
I thought she was drying herself off back there.
She's hiding. I assume that the retroactive potential for a 2/3 for all taxes would also apply to the marijuana tax that we were just discussing. So I would just want to clarify that.
Is that correct?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, public comment. Try to keep it to 2 minutes if we can.
Don't do it.
Message one, get out and vote.
Yeah, get out and vote. My name's Debbie Batista. I'm the County Auditor Controller, and I'm also the contact person for the State Board of Equalization. They have a new name, and I don't remember what it is. But they reached out to me yesterday, and so this is solely information. I'm just telling you. So what she said to me, and she sent me two templates for ordinances, which I passed on to Sarah. She also said that there's at least 20 different jurisdictions that are contemplating putting a sales tax measure on November. She also says that for each of the measures, there's a $175,000 setup charge. The new entity charges us, but if there was 20 people and they all passed, then those 20 people would share in the $175,000. She didn't know where the people were, the jurisdictions, not people, I'm sorry, where the jurisdictions were of those 20 people like us. Are they fact-finding, or have they actually passed the ordinance and they're going down? So that's all the information she gave me today, and I'm passing it on to you.
So wait, Deb, so there would be an additional charge to us if we did a special election?
I would have to come back. I asked her, well, if there's only one, is it the same 175? And her answer was yes. But I wasn't thinking of special election. I really was thinking about November. If you don't pass it, you don't participate in the 175 because they're not setting you up.
Would be information that we'd need to.
And we could do that. I mean, I'll be glad to do that. And again, you have to pass the tax. They take it out of your receipts, so it's not like we write them a check.
No.
So anyway, there's the information, and I have her contact and everything like that.
So you said about 20 other jurisdictions are looking.
She said at least 20 other jurisdictions. I asked her where are they in the process, and she couldn't give me any information.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Well, I attend a lot of meetings and most of your finance committee meetings, and I think I have kind of a good sense of what's going on. And right now, I would tell you I would not support a tax measure. And I wouldn't support it because I think it was fiscal year 2016-17, I watched you take your reserves down by 2/3 to pay for dead trees. Then I think the new jail is a maximum of 244, 249, something. And the juvenile detention center is 30. So that's like 300 people. And we're going into incredible amounts of debt for 300 people, give or take. And not good people who are struggling to survive here. And then the city did a 0.5-cent sales tax increase before I moved here, supposedly for public safety. And then I have the city administrator telling me that trying to keep people safe on Stockton Road during the fair is only being done as a courtesy, that they are not obligated to ensure that our pedestrians are safe. So those kind of things bother me. Because it's hard to be here. And we have, Jamestown, I think 82% of the children in that town are food insecure. And we have a lot of elderly women living in their cars. And we have a hospital sitting down there practically empty. That's a liability and an expense. And we either need to knock it down and sell it or sell it outright or whatever. But I don't see that that's generating any income, and it's costing us. And the Jamestown mine is costing us an incredible amount of money, and we need to unload that. So I think there's other things that can be done first. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Chris Day from Friends of the Tuolumne County Library, and I do not support a special tax for library and recreation for a number of reasons, one of which is right now we are at what I would consider a diminished level for both recreation and library. If we were to go to the taxpayers, we should go with an enhanced package to let them know what else they will be receiving for library and recreation services with their tax dollars. The second part is I don't believe that special tax would pass in November because of crowded ballot, voter fatigue, and the repeal of SB 1 that so many people are, thinking about. As soon as you mention tax, along with the repeal, it's, doomed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Bring it back to the board for comment. Supervisor Royce?
Yeah. The only thing on here that I am open to is potentially TOT Sales tax, for me, absolutely not. I think it would fail, first of all, but additionally, I don't think it's right for our community. I think in California especially, people are taxed way, way, way too much. It's just a burden on a lot of people. And you look at our budget process this year, we started with a $5 million red number, which was based on departmental asks, not what this board or CAO's offices were directing. But we were able to get to where we needed to be. I think being on this board, since I've been here, we've always operated with constraints. And most of those constraints are budgetary. There's always time constraints and other things as well. But we accomplish our mission with the constraints that we live within. And as we move forward, I don't see that changing ever. This board represents the public. The five of us are here to make sure that the people's perspective is heard. And I just have to say, I know firsthand I pay capital gains tax, income tax, property tax, sales tax, tax on my cell phone bill, tax every time I go buy a 12-pack of beer. Anything you touch, you're paying through the nose. And government is the overhead of society. And my business overhead, I never want to go over 10%. Otherwise, it gets hard to make a dollar, I think. In government, same thing. There needs to be a proportional, healthy relationship between how much the magnitude of our society represented by GDP and the economic activity and where we're at. It just can't grow and grow and grow. So sales tax, I don't think is healthy for business. I don't think it's healthy for seniors on fixed income, as was mentioned, any kind of economic activity. I think we grow our economy through the EDA. We've been doing that. The TOT, not only have we increased that number through the 2% increase that went into effect in 2010, but also through drumming up more business, through things like Rush Creek. We're getting more money because we've expanded that base. We need to continue to expand the economic base in Tuolumne County without trying to fish out the little pond that we've got more than it already is. And we can be competitive in California by being less greedy about taking taxes out of people's pockets. So if you want to open up a conversation with the Visitors Bureau, I'm okay with that. I think it's absolutely imperative that if we did pursue something there, you have 100% support from the Visitors Bureau. I have always been a strong proponent for the partnership and the 25%. I think they help bring that in. Us sharing that portion helps grow that base, and that's part of the whole mission. But with sales tax, with special taxes, property taxes, any of the other issues, people are already paying, and they're paying through the nose. And you go back, just to put into perspective, the last item before, happily support the marijuana tax, but if you look, those people aren't paying a penny right now. I think it evens the odds. So with this, I feel strongly about it. I know this board has been very fiscally responsible, and I don't want to reflect negatively on them, but we all live in California, guys, and the reality is they take enough money out of our pockets.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, I think it's instructional to kind of understand why we're having this discussion. And I'll start off by saying I hate taxes, okay? But I want people to understand why Tuolumne County is looking to increase revenues, okay? Over the last, I guess I'm in my 7th year. I'm losing track. 6th or 7th year. Anyway, every budget that I've been a supervisor for has been a down and dirty cut. And I'm going to tell you, I'm convinced, and I'm a pretty conservative guy. I'm pretty convinced that our staff is pretty lean and not so mean. They're nice people, but they are working their butts off. Pardon the expression. And they're doing that to provide the services that the people of Tuolumne County need. I don't think that there's any services that we're doing that we have discretion over. Remember, the state mandates that we do a lot of services, okay? I don't think they're doing any services that a majority of the citizens of Tuolumne County would vote for us to stop doing, okay? And I don't think there's, our people are worked pretty hard. Some of them are worked incredibly hard. So how did we get here to a situation where basically our revenues are growing, but our cost of doing business is growing more, to the tune of about $1 million a year, rough order of magnitude? And the answer is, I'll give you just one example, but the state does this to us. And I'm sorry, but while they're raising taxes, they're figuring out a way to make us raise taxes because they don't want to be the bad guy. Okay? I'll give you one example. PERS, the unfunded liability, the payments that we make on an unfunded liability, and how we got there is another whole story. But every local jurisdiction has an unfunded PERS liability, every single one of them. We were, up until just recently, on a 30-year amortized repayment schedule, okay? The state came in, they'll tell you they consulted with us, and then they ignored us. They came in and re-amortized that to 20 years. So think about, you're sitting there with a home mortgage, and you've got a 30-year home mortgage, and your bank calls you up one day and says, by the way, we just changed your amortization schedule on your mortgage to 20 years, and you're going to owe us this much more money every year in your mortgage payment. That's what the state is doing to us, okay? That's just one example. There's not anybody on this board that wants to raise taxes, and I certainly don't. And I'm not sure I'm going to vote to. I'd be hard-pressed to. But people that are, taking pot shots because it's an election year don't understand what's going on at the state level that impacts us. And we have no control over it. I honestly believe the state is trying to force local jurisdictions to do their job for them, which is raise taxes, okay? I agree. Anyway, that's why we're here trying to figure out how to increase revenues. The best way to increase revenues, I agree with Supervisor Royce, is to increase your revenue base, okay? Not increase your revenue rates, be that tax rates or whatever. I think we've done a great job. Larry Cope has done a marvelous job attracting new businesses, new industry sectors into this county. But I believe that we have hit pardon the expression, a glass ceiling on what we can do in that regard. Certainly our ability to do that is going to slow down if we don't solve the housing crisis in this county. We absolutely, if we want to increase our revenue base in any meaningful way, we have to have more businesses that are generating that revenue. We have to have more increased property values that are generating that revenue. And I don't mean your house value goes up, or the cost of buying a house in the county goes up because the property value goes up. I mean, we need to have more houses that are getting taxed, more improved property in this county. We only have about 8% of this county that is not developed and can be developed, okay? We're not talking about rampant, uncontrolled growth here. We've got a limit on it. And housing, both rental and a home ownership housing, That is the roadblock to future economic growth, new jobs for our young people. I see a couple of you out there, okay, for your contemporaries to have job opportunities, for the next class of high school students that are going to graduate to be able to stay here if they want to. A lot of them won't want to, but if they want to stay here. Until we attack that housing problem in a meaningful way, and again, I'm not talking about aggressive expansionist growth. I'm talking about getting some affordable houses for people that are coming into the wage earning years, okay, where they can actually live here. We got a lot of people right now that are living down in the valley and coming up here to work because they can't find a place here. We got a lot of people living in a home they really would rather move up in the home ownership spectrum. That would free up their home for someone that was maybe in an entry level, all of that. Until we address that home ownership, we're going to be talking about taxes, because if we can't increase that economic base in our county, the only other way we can do it is through taxes. So we have to find, roughly about $1 to $2 million of additional revenue in the near term to meet the mandates that the state is levying on us. This is not poor management, folks. This is being at the end of the buggy whip. So if we can't solve that, we're going to be talking about taxes, and I hate that.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Thank you, sir. I agree with everything my colleagues have said so far. A couple of comments, though. I think this concept of being overtaxed in the state, you just got a big increase in your gasoline tax. That's the SB1 thing that may or may not get repealed, but there's a lot of sentiment against it. You probably haven't been noticing, but you're also getting cap and trade taxes applied to your gasoline as well. And if you're paying attention to what's going on in the state, the governor wants to tax your drinking water. Think about that. So I think you're going to see a tax revolt. I don't. And by the way, Supervisor Rutherford made a comment that we're seeing about $1 million a year shortfall in terms of growth in revenues versus growth in costs. Let me point out to you that the TOT tax suggested here, you say that would generate $740,000 net after the Visitor Bureau, and right, okay, but in a full year. Well, that's
but you
it covers you for 1 year. Part of it.
Also add on the widening of the spectrum, and it gets you at about 995.
Well, so even if you get all that, you cover yourself for 1 year. This is just a stopgap, okay? And by the way, on TOT we charge 10%. If you look at your bills if you travel and go to San Francisco, I think San Francisco is about 16% plus a bunch of other little goodies that add on. So we got to deal with it. The other one you didn't mention, Supervisor Rutherford, is the state does these unfunded mandates, and we're going to have to start saying no to unfunded mandates when they give us another one. So I agree, growth is the way to solve the problem. When Rush Creek did their analysis before they built, there was a need for 1,000 rooms on the Yosemite corridor. They built a fraction of that. So there's room for expansion and demand, if you believe that study, and that would generate a lot more than what we're talking about here if we built those things. Sales tax is not going to fly. I'm sure as I wander around the county, everyone, and we had the Finance Committee meeting, and it was reported out in the local media that we were talking about increased taxes. We were only talking about considering increased taxes. I'm attacked with people saying, you're out of your mind. More taxes. We'll never get more taxes in this county. So this is a tough uphill battle in how to deal with this thing. I believe growth is the way to do it, exactly like Supervisor Rutherford said, you have to build the base, you have to build the demand for tourism, and you have to fill those slots, and that's where prosperity comes from, not from taxing people. So I'm generally, and I think the tax fatigue that you're going to see on the ballot, and the ballot fatigue is not going to work this year. But I would consider TOT, but nothing else, and that's where I am, and I'm reluctant on that.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, so this is a good conversation, and it's a conversation that the entire board is needed to have. I agree with everything that my colleagues have said. Here's my fear, is that we have overburdened our staff for so long, and they're working more than their 40-hour weeks, and I don't think that we can continue to do that, sustain that, and keep asking for more and trying to wring the turnip for another drop. It's not there. I think they've given us what they can. And so that means that we are going to have to find these conversations. As much as we hate the word tax, we all do. We are all, I think, conservative in our principles and judicious in how we spend this money, and we've had some examples that we have been looking at with some of our excess properties and working on, again, because of pieces that the state has attached to that with some monitoring, make them very difficult and challenging to disperse. Parcel tax is on here, and I'll just say that, that's come up a couple of times, and I would take that really set that aside because it's a very disproportionate tax based on those that utilize the services. When we look at the component of parcels in this county, the largest sector is agriculture, and so taxing a base that doesn't utilize those services really doesn't make a lot of sense. And we've had that conversation, and it's failed miserably. Again, I think a TOT, if this isn't coordinated with the Visitors Bureau, I think you're fighting an absolute uphill battle on that. The one piece of that I really am surprised about and in refreshing my memory was on the campgrounds and the RV parks. When we talk about doubling our population in the county during our peak seasons, and the majority of that is in campgrounds, that to me is a no-brainer. And I think it is the one piece that we could be moving forward on more quickly. I think the other components of this, sales tax and increased TOT, would have to have a much larger conversation. I will say, though, that I have talked to, because a lot of my constituents are inside the city, and I've asked them, do you go shop in the county to avoid paying that half-cent sales tax? Absolutely not. They don't. And most of them are really not even aware of the difference. And so I think that that line is blurred because we don't talk about it in the context of the city. You're paying a half a cent more in the city than you are in the county. People aren't necessarily paying attention to that difference. And so if we're talking about just equalizing, that conversation is different. And so I don't think, I'll just say that having the Visitors Bureau participating in this conversation immediately is going to be very important if we're looking at that as an opportunity, because I think they'll have an awful lot to say about it. And I don't think that we will be successful if we don't have their participation and their concurrence, except for the piece with campgrounds. And I would like to see us actually move on that more quickly than not, because I also agree that the timing of this is very important, and I don't see any way that either the top two pieces would be successful on a November ballot.
Okay, as my fellow supervisors have said, economic growth is the answer. That's the way to get it. Bigger and better businesses with more employees, and then it gets into the problem that Supervisor Rutherford mentioned, no places for them to live. So, those are the things that we know we have to work on. I think from the tax standpoint, we're not going to be able to do it this year. That ballot is too crowded with tax measures. But in looking at and doing some research on the sales tax, we're right there with most counties. Debbie Batista did mention that there is a number of counties that are looking for increases. I spoke to a number of rural county supervisors, and I do understand they are trying to move forward with more this year. It'll make us look more attractive, as Supervisor Royce said. The sales tax affects everybody. The TOT tax affects a visitor, but when we raise that to 12%, county-wise, when I did my research, we're right up there at the higher level, but we're not even close to what cities are charging. So when you go to an area to vacation, you're going to pay a lot less in Tuolumne County, even at 12%. So my feeling is that we really need to look at the campground. We need to look at the TOT, and let's hold that sales tax out there for a while and see what other things can happen. I want to be positive. I think that we can get more economic growth, and we can get something that will change that. A couple $1 million to our budget really solves some of our issues. Some staffing that we need to take the load off of the staff that we have. If we can figure out a way to do that. My comments.
So, Mr. Chairman, what I'm hearing is nothing. Let's not try anything in November, but maybe look at the TOT for a subsequent election.
I would say if you can have discussions with if we're going to do anything in November, it would be TOT and broadening the base of that TOT. But we would need to have the Visitors Bureau and the Lodging Association and all of our other business council, all those folks.
Do we have the time to do it?
Well, go ahead.
I'd like to approach those, if we're going to approach that with the Visitors Bureau, as they don't have to be tied. It could be just an expansion to the campground.
I can tell you what the answer to that is. They would love to see it. That was the quid pro quo for the 2% increase the last time. I think everybody. I'm convinced that the result would have been different last time on the TOT expansion if we hadn't had the faux pas of the houseboats. I really believe that.
Well, if the board's open to that, I know we put it on the ballot the last time. It was an equity issue. It didn't feel it was fair, and it did raise funds and helped offset the cost of those in those camping areas and so forth. I think Carl's right on that. I have had some dialogue with Lisa, not long discussions, Lisa Mayo, but not long discussions. I think they've had some discussions about it. If we were to pursue it, it wouldn't impact them as much, but it'd be good to talk to the city, as well. We're not bound by them, but is that something? I mean, if you want this done, we're going to have to just hit it. And in order to get that on for November, we do have a model that we used in 2012. We just drop all reference to houseboats.
If it's too hard to do, it's too hard to do. I don't know, quite frankly, because I travel a lot, and I'm not the only one. I got a friend that is the president of an RV club, very large RV club. Visitors do not shop lodging based on TOT rates. They shop lodging on what the list price of the room or the campground or whatever it is. And they pay what they pay when they check out. So it's not, I don't think it does, the traditional arguments that some people have used in the past are a little bit specious, I think. But Because, you know, if you look up, you go to San Francisco, you look up a hotel, you find the cheapest hotel rate that you can. Nowhere in there is a lodging rate and all of that other stuff. So whatever. But if it's too hard to do, it's too hard to do. We can wait till 2020, or if we want to do that then.
What I'd like to do is have the board direct you to just reach out to the Visitors Bureau, start the conversation, and just report back as soon as you have that meeting on where they're at. We're not going to do it at all without them as our partner. If they think they would support it, and maybe you could talk with staff and see if it's feasible to achieve, then come back to us. If it's not, same thing, just say it's not going to happen. So
I think that makes sense.
My translation, if we're going to make it for the November ballot, we pull out the template we used the last time, start brushing it up while I get a hold of Lisa, and proceed with that, and I'll report back at the next meeting.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. That sounds good. Anything else?
Reports.
We're going to do reports because I have a report to make right here. Supervisor Rotifer, would you like?
Sure, I'll start off. In the last so many weeks, I attended the NACO Western Interstate Regional Conference along with Supervisor Hanvelt, who's actually the WIR rep for RCRC. I was there representing the county on the environmental and environmental, energy, and land use committee that meets simultaneously with them. Interesting tour that we had. We went out and looked at a flood emergency area that they had, where literally the bed of the river changed positions as a result of the flood. What was the secondary overflow channel became the primary channel, and the primary channel was subservient to as the the overflow channel. But most interesting of all was their fire, and I don't remember the name of it. Maybe Supervisor Hanvelt does, but they had their fire, their big fire, and their big fire.
It was Beaver Creek.
Beaver Creek fire. There we go. The Beaver Creek fire was almost simultaneous. They did overlap with our rim fire. And as I told the fire chief that was giving us the tour, I said, if you've got a huge fire, you want to be the number one fire, not the number two fire, because they were the number one or the number two fire to our number one fire. And interestingly enough, just for perspective, Terry Murrison, who used to be a supervisor here, now lives in Boise, Idaho. And during rimfire, I actually got a communication from her, I think it was on Facebook, that said, we have a huge fire here, second only to your rimfire. And she said, the smoke in Boise is heavier from the rimfire than it was from their fire. And that was a huge fire they had. And it burned right up to, actually they lost one property, I think, in this very high rent development area, but it burned right up to the property lines, and in some case into the property lines. But they were able to save all but one of the homes. And they were talking about incident management and some of the challenges that they had, which was very interesting to commiserate with them. So that was very, very good. Just again, the WIR, as I've said before, is sort of like RCRC on steroids, or at the national level. It is a very powerful and effective lobbying organization for us, and I'm very happy that Randy's the RCRC rep on that, because it puts him on the board of directors, something I wasn't able to do in the previous 4 years that I was on. So we've got a good inroad there. Forestry management, public lands management, all of those issues that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. They do very effective lobbying back in Washington, D.C., and we've gotten several pieces of legislation through with their help. So that's really the only thing that business-wise that I reported on. I will say that for the first time since I became a supervisor, I did take a week and a half vacation and enjoyed it very, very much. I know, grumble, but it was an opportunity and I took it.
All right, Supervisor Hanville.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Well, he mentioned WIR. I want to comment about a call that took place yesterday morning with the governor's office. And the governor, as you know, passed a new proclamation on forest health. And they want to transition what has been the tree mortality task force to a broader spectrum of healthy forest focus with his proclamation in place. They do not want to de-emphasize the importance of the tree mortality issue, so they're going to make that a subcommittee of the healthy forest and keep it going because they recognize that we're just hardly dented the solution to that problem and it's ongoing. But at any rate, there is a meeting on Monday to start the formation and organize the new forest health thing, and I will be there. Plus, as an added bonus, I'm having lunch with the governor's staff on Monday as well to influence that. The only other thing, well, actually, two things I want to mention, and that is Memorial Day. I attended the Memorial Day services that they had at Christian Heights Church out there, and they gave us a gift, and I've given that to our CAO, who I think just left to go get it and share it with you. It's something we can hang on the wall this time, and so it's kind of nice to have an organization who honors not only the veterans and those that gave the ultimate sacrifice, but honors all of the public servants at the same time and the first responders. So that was a nice event. And I just want to mention that I was privileged to, on behalf of Liberty Foundation, to present the Alexander Hamilton. Show this thing. Back up a second. Here it is. We salute you, our heroes, Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, Christian Heights Church. They pray for us regularly. So anyway, I was privileged to present this scholarship award. It's the first time the Liberty Foundation has done that, and it's called the Alexander Hamilton Scholarship Award. And Somerville High School, I think their graduating class is something like 139. I may be off on that, a couple, not much. 79 of the graduating class were there for the awards ceremony, and it started at 6:30. I was listed at near the bottom of the first page, and it had 2.5 pages of awards. That went on all night. One young lady had been up, I kid you not, about 10 times by the time I get up to present. I am so impressed with what our young people are. Anytime you lose faith in our country, go to one of those. Those kids are amazing what they're doing. Somerville rocks, and our kids are overachievers, and that's terrific. Have faith in our future.
Supervisor Brennan.
So on the 16th and 17th, I attended the CSAC Wedge Conference, along with a few of my fellow colleagues and the CSAC Board of Directors meeting, and we've hit on a lot of the topics that were there. But I would just note that there's a tremendous amount of legislation trying to work its way through with regards to fire insurance and catastrophic wildfire. And while this is something that we have been really talking and working on here since the Rim fire, it's interesting with last year's fires in so many of the suburban, more affluent parts of the state. It really has taken on a life of its own, and so there's going to be some pieces coming out with regards to that, and we'll stay tuned. I attended the library volunteers luncheon with Supervisor Gray and Mr. Pedro and some of the other county staff. Very rewarding when you are in a room full of volunteers that make it work in Tuolumne County. Incredibly rewarding, and had some conversations and found out that a couple of those volunteers have actually been volunteering for close to 25 years. That's amazing. What a tremendous commitment, and they're going strong. And so a lot of fun. On, every day has been packed here. Another very, very fun event was I was a presenter on Ranch Day. 2Care sponsors a Ranch Day for all the second graders in Tuolumne County. And so I spent 4 hours with several hundred second graders, and I agree. All of the children in Tuolumne County, they are amazing. Their minds are just going, and the questions were jaw-dropping. Was a lot of fun. And then we attended a meeting with UC and all of our county partners and Mr. Onetto, and I'd just like this board to know that he has a balanced budget based on the current county contributions, and Mr. Onetto will be taking a sabbatical for 1 year starting June, the end of June, I believe. And so the young lady who manages the 4-H program, and her name is escaping me at the moment, will be Jolynn Miller, will be temporarily in charge. And so if you have any requests, she would be the individual to reach out to. And then lastly, the Government Accountability Office has been charged by Congress to do some investigations of our rural county issues. One of those is on our seniors aging in place. And so last week, I had a couple-hour conversation. Tuolumne County was one of the 5 counties chosen in the United States that they are looking at, and had some very interesting conversation with some individuals from Oakland, and then accompanied by people on the phone from Washington, D.C., talking about the whole range of issues that we face, housing being one of them. How do you make housing affordable? And then the complementary services that allow our seniors to age in place, and the challenges that we have in rural America versus our urban and suburban counterparts. And so we'll be following up with a couple of pieces from different county departments, showing both the innovation that we are utilizing here and certainly some of the challenges. That's it.
Supervisor Royce. County Council.
Sure, just briefly, obviously, you know, we spent a great deal of time on cannabis, not just prepping for the tax measure, but Carlin and I attended a training by the environmental circuit prosecutor and Fish and Wildlife a couple weeks ago over in Calaveras, training code compliance, law enforcement, us on the environmental issues that result from cultivation. So it was really interesting.
Thank you. Clerk. All right, so my report is going to be on the Friends and Neighbors Expo. It's going to be held Thursday, June 7th, 10 to 3 p.m. at the Motherlode Fairgrounds. It's free admission. It's geared towards 50 and beyond, but if you're younger, you can come also. There's going to be presentations on fitness, travel, Medicare, housing, all those things that are of interest to seniors. So hope that you can attend. And with that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Oh, Mr. Pedro, I left you out. I'm sorry. I'm not adjourning.
I wouldn't have been hurt.
Go ahead. I apologize. You know, I've heard so much from you today.
No, I was going to say what the staff has been doing was on full display today. But I will mention, just Bill, on one thing that Sherry was reporting on that meeting with, we call it the interlocal agreement. It's the closest thing to a JPA we have. That's our farm advisory services. We are the first in the state to do it. They finally have starting to take root And I asked Scott if he could do one thing, and he's not like off for a year. He's just not going to be doing his current job. He's going to be writing and doing other, it's a different type of. But he was talking about how much more the counties that participated in this joint exercise, how much more service and staffing that we've been able to leverage. Because what we pay for Tuolumne County is just a fraction of what we're able to leverage in state dollars, volunteerism, and so forth. And I encouraged them to put some numbers together that demonstrate that. That's another thing I couldn't believe when we looked at the report. We started that 7 years ago, and it's really flourished. So with that, I'll be done.
All right, meeting adjourned.